everybody, welcome back to Covenant Live, your deep breath in the tabletop gaming industry. How do you like that?
Hold on, let me take a deep breath.
Yeah, you know what?
It's not noisy in here.
I watched a bunch of, I'm always kind of watching other content, right? Tabletop and otherwise. And one thing that I definitely notice and that I really like is the lack of yeah. From
but
the thumbnail all the way to the intro. We used to do this,
and then the fireworks would.
I know, yeah, and I know that it's probably less effective because lots of people, the video starts like, all right, today we're going to talk about but I just, even if that's less successful, we don't want to be that, right?
Well, there's also the
deep breath, never
quite finish a thought content, which is just, and that's what that is. It's like and just keep it going, and then 17 minutes.
We're more Mr. Rogers than Ginny Nicholson.
Put it on a box.
What's up, everybody? Zach forgot all of his technology, so we're gonna have a good time today.
I didn't forget. I just decided to, not have anything to do anything with.
I'll stare at my phone.
I'm just gonna pay my debt now because I'm thirsty.
Yeah,
so
thanks.
I have this habit that's unfortunately building of losing bets publicly on stream to Steven that involve me buying beer. And I'm hoping one day I win one of these bets.
Here's the sorcery lands being, it might fizz quite a bit too, because I basically bet Zach that at least 30% of the sorcery sites are non-thresholded.
And it was barely.
It was like 30.3 or something. It was crazy.
It was literally the exact number of cards needed. And you would have agreed to 40%.
Yeah, I would have. I would have agreed to 50.
I lost. I beat myself.
Yeah, you're kind of, what would that be called?
Pass
you don't want over zealotrous or your hubris, Zach.
Overly optimistic.
Hey, let's get Jonathan on a mic check. You want to test that butter mic out? Check this out, y'all.
You can hear me now.
Hey,
wow.
Is it low? Point it.
Wait, hold on.
Poorly, so I'm gonna drink that one. I'm gonna get you a better.
Uh-oh, it's getting weird. It's getting weird.
Oh no! Turn yourself off. Whatever you do.
So I wanted to open these, one because I was thirsty, two because it's the exact opposite of the thing you were describing.
Which is what?
Which is loud and noisy and fast. It's like we're just over here cracking beers. We're not even to the main, nothing about what we said this content's going to be.
What we're doing. Let me tell you what we're doing here before. Jonathan's freaking out about the audio, which I love. respect the craft, you know, because I've been in the audio freakout stage many times in my life because that's what I do mostly, technically, whenever we're not here at Covenant, and even at Covenant, I guess, the mics and stuff. Today we're going to talk about the power of positive reviews. It's a really
influencers.
It's a fascinating thing. Yeah, I think we find ourselves in an intersection of this hobby and kind of
life.
Well, the way the internet works.
Hey, cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to all you for being here.
A deep breath to everybody, please. Hold on, let me take a quick Westmala sip.
I need my grandma cardigan to really get in the zone here.
Look at this cardigan. So here's the thing about reviews. One thing is true. I've seen 2 projects recently that had a lot of impact based on reviews in tabletop. One was Earthborne. They got that positive shut up and sit down review, and that was worth about $6 million, as far as I can tell. And then the other one was actually Wonders from Wonders of the First campaign. That one got slammed on by a bunch of different people.
Wonders of the First.
Wonders of the First. And then for the AI art and the all of that side of things, and kind of the Web3 adjacent stuff. And that obviously had an impact on that campaign. And in fact, Kickstarter canceled their campaign. Not necessarily because of the reviews, but it just kind of shows the impact that perception can have on the reception of any given game, and how critically important the review culture is for awareness and success. Like, I would say a big number, if not the primary way that people are consuming content. I do hate that phrase, consuming content. Watching productions. God, consuming content. Can you imagine the least romantic way? Just so
the way
stupid.
People are
spending
being
their time
affected in terms of what they're choosing to spend their time doing.
The majority of what people are watching, let's say, I think, is in the realm of people giving their opinions about games. This is like, video game reviews, board game reviews, those kinds of things. I think more than gameplay, board gamers are watching, here's my top 10, the numbers bear that out. I don't know how much watch time they're actually getting, but if you're looking at the most popular board game videos, it typically is reviews of some big game that got popular or was popular, or like top 10 best games list, or my favorite TCGs 2004, or whatever it is. And those review videos, depending on the influence of the channel, obviously gets more and more powerful, and that creates a very real financial impact on publishers. And this is the case, it's everywhere, right? It's like the reviews on Amazon for any given product have a huge impact. The reviews on a business have a huge impact. I've been shopping around for insulation installers right now because I'm in the middle of house project number 2, redo. This is the non-tiny version. And if you see a company that's like 3.8 stars, you just go. You just leave them go. And the thing is, like, when you dive in, it's like 5-star, 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 3 1-stars. A lot of times, like, guy didn't call me back, or like they didn't check their email or something. And then suddenly their business is almost untenable. Like when we outlawed or prohibited weapons in the store, in our store, 2.0, there was a review bombing thing that happened. And that's very hard to like get Facebook or Google to care about, pay attention to, etc. And so it can have a really outsized impact. So all that to say, reviews, and particularly positive reviews, can have a tremendous financial impact, and it determines the kinds of games that get made and that you actually see succeed. And the inverse is true as well, obviously. And I think that is the conversation that I'm hoping to have is, how does that play off of this idea of curation and the more gatekeeping kind of tastemakers that we typically saw, the record labels, the game publishers, the distributors, that the reviews didn't exist or matter at all. It was about their opinions about things that would then get the end consumer the things that they all approved of. And now it's democratized to where individuals are leaving reviews and recording content about these games and these items, these products. And now that has shifted how publishers have to interact with this ecosystem. It's not just about making a great thing that will sell well at distribution anymore. It's about like making a great thing that a shut up and sit down review will be positive about, or a Tom Basel will be positive about, or on and on it goes, or Covenant might be positive about. So that's a conversation that we can hopefully have after a few more sips of this fine ale. And then we'll cover the news a little bit. We've got a few things to talk about regarding all the games that we're supporting on the retail side of life. And then we're going to play some alphaclash Sealed Unrivaled. This is undoubtedly the best set of the game so far. Set 3.
Speaking of reviews, 5 out of 5 stars.
Set 3 oftentimes make
With
or break.
star again.
And games often die on their third set, or they start to die, like we're in a big way.
Yeah, but it's like that's the collapse moment.
Yeah. And I have a lot of thoughts about why that is.
That's not the conversation we're having.
I have a lot of thoughts about everything too. You know what else I'm thinking about here is like in sealed formats. I think in game design in general, I think there's an I don't want to call it an over love, an over prioritization of new, fresh, complex experiences with the product itself. And I know that's a very overborn way of saying what I really mean, which is, I know that's pretty common. I think the idea that I can get a pack of 6 packs of cards in a sealed format and know exactly what to do and what deck to build, and then go play that deck in an event or a tournament is actually awesome. And even if it becomes autopilot, I still think it's awesome, because there's a certain barrier of entry you want to have to cross to get somewhere like this, to attain some level of mastery, to know, I know exactly what deck I should build with these 6 packs based on these cards. And then I don't have to excruciate about, oh my gosh, what I'm going to do. And then I build it and I feel satisfied with my level of mastery. And then I play the deck and then I have a good time. It's like even video games. It's like, I like to know that I'm doing it right. I don't want to constantly have to think, am I doing it wrong? Am I doing it wrong? Am I doing it wrong? And it's okay for people to reach that point and to just stay there and not have to have a product that is constantly saying, but could you do it better? Have you done it wrong? Could you? So anyway, I want to have that conversation too. Jonathan, how's the audio working over there? Are you scared?
Well, I can fix it, but everyone's going to have to be quiet for about 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Do you want to take a little breather?
This is
just want to do some
the
deep
meditation moment.
We could do
deep breath moment.
We will be on the air just with no audio.
Well, you'll have audio, but anything you say, people will hear 3 times.
Do we currently have audio that's decent?
Yeah, as long as my face isn't up, it's great.
Let's just not use your face.
I got it. Yeah. That's not what we want. So
we gotta fix this. A ghost came in here and messed with all of our stuff.
Why?
I don't know why.
No, what did we do? Did we plug in the things? Why was it all in the Zoom? Oh, it's because we were recording the tutorial videos. Yeah, the tutorial videos.
Oh, the ghost was here all along.
Yeah, and then we figured it out right before the stream started.
Do you? Can we do the we're taking a break screen and then cut this all out later?
No,
we can't do that.
We can at least cut the break and say, hey, fast forward 3 minutes if you're watching this.
Now we can go ahead and just have a quick conversation, kind of get the main topic done, and then before we go to the news, because I know a lot of people stick around for the topic, and if you have something to say, just blast it at me and then I'll give your take on it.
But your audio's fine, right? Just not your face.
Well, we haven't got to that. So only this shot works right now, and I don't know why, but I know how to fix it.
Because this is weird. The mic setup would be different.
Okay, well, let's do the topic. Then we can take a break.
Let's run the topic.
Okay. So reviewers/reviews/influencers is the topic du jour.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You mentioned it a little offhand, but essentially Earthborne was doing their second crowdfunding campaign for the reprint plus some expansions. And it was very successful, coming up on the end of that campaign. I think it was just north of $1 million, which was over twice the first campaign they did. Hugely successful, incredible game. A lot of game had come out a couple months before, had been received very positively by a lot of different people, ourselves included. And after that had closed down, Shut Up, Sit Down posted a video that reached a lot of people. They have a large audience in the tabletop gaming space. Particularly, they have a large audience in the board gaming space. And Earthborne is certainly an expandable card game that is right up adjacent to that board game space. And this is an open world cooperative card game. Very cool, unique, different experiences play out based on how you handle the situation. So They post their video, and it's a decent science experiment because you have what was happening before, and then they hit this one variable changes, and then suddenly it goes crazy. It wasn't zero. The campaign continued having people get into it, but it was clear.
There's
before Shut 'em Sit Down and post Shut 'em Sit Down. Then they went on to get $3.5 million in funding, so significant, notable.
What was that? What percentage of the final tally do you think is because of that review?
I'm gonna guess 50%.
You think half of that money
Probably
is because of a 20-minute video? Isn't that amazing?
It didn't take them. It took them longer than 20 minutes, but yes.
For sure.
But that is super notable, and like there are some parallel examples that are, I think, worth talking about that are not tabletop related at all. One of these, to me, is Star Wars Bound. Yeah. We've been on a Star Wars roll the past couple of weeks, so bring it in. But the new Star Wars show happening right now is called The Acolyte. And prior to The Acolyte happening, Disney invited a bunch of content creators and reviewers to a premiere. And it's a premiere, and the actors are there and stuff, but they showed them the first 4 episodes.
Oh, wow.
And then after the first 4 episodes, all the people that went are posting on social media, doing YouTube content. They're the only people in the world that have seen it, so it's spoiler-free still, but also like, here's my 15 minutes on this new show. And that was largely exceptionally positive.
Can I pause you for a second? I would like to know, just quickly, do you think that because they got that treatment and they wanted to keep getting that treatment, they were incentivized to say...
That's 100% where I'm going.
Okay.
So part of the problem that Disney has built, and I think the Star Wars content creators understand this, which is if you go and you left and you were like, this is terrible, this is bad, here's all my problems with it, etc. Disney, of course, chooses who they invite. So if you're a content creator, you want this exclusive access to this thing that you get to talk about,
because that grows your fan base, your channel,
and right? All the really locked in Star Wars fans are looking for reviews. It's like you just can't wait. It's like I just want to know, like, is it positive or negative? So there's that layer, which is if you want this inside access, as an example, if Shut 'em Sit Down does a review of Earthborne and just slams it, Andrew probably is not going to be in his next thing like, hey, let's definitely get a copy of this to Shut 'em Sit Down, or like, let's engage with them.
Although Andrew might be the kind of that maybe would be different here, because he's an outlaw, but
generally speaking,
you're right.
I'm not just behaviorally. If there's someone, if even us, right? Like if we play a game on stream and we just like are very negative about
Rage.
The creator of that, like if Rage came back and I think we got rid of that video.
We unlisted it.
Yeah, it's just not. There's no.
Is it working?
Yeah. No, me?
Yeah.
Me? I don't know about
You went in with such ferocity for the audio button.
I think people can find that video.
Got you. So main
Can't
point.
find my audio, but they can find that video.
Main point is if we dunk on Rage and someone decides to bring Rage back, it's not hyper likely that they're like, oh, let's go convince the Covenant guys that like this is the way, the truth and life.
I can see that.
So you have that element. You've also got the algorithm content element problem, which is YouTube isn't, and the whole algorithm and reach, and especially if your content is based on ads or subscription numbers equal how much you're charging people for content, it's whatever it is. The way it's designed, if you post a video that's 5 reasons you should never visit Galaxy's Edge Star Wars, or 5 reasons you must visit this, it's like the extremes are rewarded. Having a really reasonable take in the middle, and even the Acolyte show, which I went in, my expectations were here,
right?
Like as bad as it possibly can get, and the show is enjoyable to me because it's like here.
Yeah, right.
But there are people that went in still optimistic somehow about Star Wars, and they were expecting like Andor levels
somehow.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And then if it's here,
yeah,
now you're disappointed.
I mean, Andor, it's got to be Andor level to pull anything up at this point. All of your stuff is so low on average that you have to get some really good spikes to raise that average at all. Yeah.
And I
get that.
But all of it to say, so you've got there's biased review happening because that's how you get inside access situations. And I don't know how much of that's actually true of tabletop games. The second layer is all content creators, content creators who are playing the game, the subscriber count, smash that like button. Speaking of which, smash that like button.
Guess what?
Well, it doesn't matter.
This is real. No, if you're watching it back and someone says subscribe or like, it'll highlight the button on.
Yes,
the
it
UI.
will. I've seen it do that. Now, does it do that for us or just for the fancy people?
I don't know.
Because I think maybe you have to be a pro, make a money.
They actually have to make some money for YouTube.
Like you have to don't just do it all like for free. Get all of their services for absolute free. Yeah, for
Thanks,
15
YouTube.
plus years.
To YouTube. So you have the content creators playing into the algorithm reality, which is another piece of this. But you can't deny something like Shut Up and Sit Down. And part of what makes it cleaner for what they have done is, as far as I know, Shut Up and Sit Down is not getting paid to create this content.
Yeah.
They're creating what they want to create, but there's no denying the impact that has had. Now, to be fair, they spent decades building their audience and creating content
And being charming and having those accents. Dang it.
Yeah,
There's
it
nothing
helps.
we can do about that.
we
will
go country.
we will figure
Y'all.
I could go country. Actually, I do probably switch I switch the accent up so much. Code switching, is that what they call it? But when I'm on the phone with like the foam insulator guy, I'm from Chelsea. I assure you. When I'm on stream, like I'm trying to be somewhat cosmopolitan, but I can really.
Yeah, I think we all
Go.
can. I hang out with like some old friends or family for 30 minutes and suddenly there's a little more going on in
A
there.
little more going on. You're eating that fried okra.
So you have this scenario where they've spent decades building, and part of it is I think there's an authenticity to them, which is they're saying what they think is true and what they believe, and they're playing, and they're not, accepting highest bidder kind of stuff, right? That's not the game that they seem to be playing. So there's an authenticity to it, and even people saying in the chat, like, there's an understanding of this reviewer, this person oftentimes likes the kind of things that I like.
Yeah.
Or not. Like one of the content movie people that I happen to follow is Jeremy Johns, and he does these little 10, 15-minute reviews, a lot of times spoiler free. And most of the time I agree with him. It's like, this movie it didn't do it for me, but this one did. But he's certainly, he's making money on ads. He's not making money from a studio paying him to do a review or that kind of thing. But then you have to recognize, like, yes, he's telling the truth. He's also playing the game. Like, he needs his videos to be shared by YouTube, and he needs to work the algorithm, and he needs to be a little bit extreme.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it turns out just being a reasonable person is actually not the way to get the spikes on the algorithm.
I will say, though, there are reasonable people, I feel like, that have had really successful runs on something like YouTube. Like that guy, Tom. Remember that guy, John? He does like the 5 to 10 minute just something about something every week, and then he recently retired, and everyone, it was Tom or Mike or Rick.
He's a board game guy?
Also from the UK. No, a random guy. Totally random guy. He's the guy, if you saw him, you're like, oh, that guy. That guy on YouTube.
Yeah.
But there are some people
For sure.
that can get away with it, and again, they have those accents. I mean, they always have the accents.
Well,
It's the only way.
I do think there is
But you're right.
there's
ultimately.
a layer of content, though. Like, a lot of the YouTubers I follow are not creating that kind of content. It's like 30, 45, 60-minute, more in-depth videos. But they're also, 200,000 subscribers, not
Right.
22 million subscribers,
Yeah.
or their videos aren't getting 50 million views.
Yeah.
Because 50 million views is hard to do when you have a 60-minute, like, in-depth. Like, us doing a Star Wars TCG stream as an example. I could be wrong, but there's not a lot of ways to pizzazz that up to the point where 50 million people want to see it.
I mean, you could jump cut it. You could jump cut it, and you could
You
drill
could
the
have,
narrative.
but you could have a
Boom,
60-second
boom, boom,
clip
Yeah.
that goes. Who knows what the clip is, right? But an hour-long actual game, like just playing that game, hour and a half, 2 years, is significantly less likely. It's not impossible, and there's always exceptions to the rules. But I think, generally speaking, when you think about the life of a reviewer, and even if if reviews are consistently, let's just even say half your reviews are like really harsh and negative, and half are, oh, I love this thing. If you're a board game creator sending something to a reviewer, it's very easy to kind of walk a do I think they're going to like this, Pat?
Right. Because you're looking for positive, because you have an incentive to get positive reviews so that you have increased sales and reach for your game. Right. And one very strong negative review from the right person, the right group, can totally ruin your publishing career, right? So you have to, like, that's so stressful. One of the things that I want to kind of pull out of that is like, so I think we see this a lot in everywhere. I'm becoming more of like a real hard zealot on some things. I feel like I've decided to crystallize. I think I need to
I've decided to crystallize.
I need to crystallize before I have a child so that I can never change, you know, like, because that's important.
And that way you can show them that
it's important to be yourself.
It's important to not change your opinions ever.
And that your identity being permanent from day one is the most important thing on earth. You will never change, and a change is a sign of weakness. You shouldn't grow. You shouldn't change perspectives. You shouldn't... The way that the food you like when you're 5 is the only food you should ever like.
I mean, it's the whole. Have said.
Absolutely.
In case it's unclear, this is very sarcastic.
The incentive of a reviewer starts out a lot of the time as somebody who's a hobbyist, enthusiast, excited about something, and they want to share their opinion, usually about something they love, because it's like, I love Hero Quest or whatever. I want to share this with you. And even with like certification agencies and people who are doing Consumer Reports, or these kinds of people that are doing third-party reviews, a lot of the times, over time, as you get more influence, your incentives start being pulled in different directions. So like you said, the incentive of reviewers may start in a very pure, objective way, and then it becomes, oh, I'm making some cash on the YouTube side of this. If I use this strategy to continue to do that, then that's going to be better for me financially, and it's going to let my channel grow and give me more reach, but it may be less honest. But that is a landscape that we have had, everybody has to navigate, I feel like, right now, especially. There's always these incentives that say, go this, just kind of the dark side thing, right? Go this direction, and there is like material goods and success. And then it's like, do I want to sell my soul to achieve the money?
It's also, let's say you love movies or tabletop games, whatever it is. And you start out and you start making content, and you get in, you're creating stuff about this stuff. And then you recognize it takes a lot of time and effort.
Yeah.
And an opportunity shows up, whether it's ad money or someone paying you to do a video and whatnot, and you do it. And it's like, oh, well, if I just had more views, I would make more money. And then my time would, like, people should be compensated for the value they create, the time that they put into something. And not everyone's in a position to spend 30 hours shooting and editing videos a week for free.
Even though that may be the most authentic way to do it.
But even if you, you might have a lot more context on this given your dad's career, but when I think about like newspapers and editorials and opinion pieces and genuine reporting and trying to be unbiased and stuff, like the goal, that model was, we are going to provide information, and then we're going to clearly mark when it's like opinion style stuff, and people that want to read the kind of content and things we're covering will buy this thing. Then there will be companies who want to pay to get in front of these things. Yeah. And there's ads. It's very clearly ads. Yeah. So one of the troubles you have with democratizing content, which is very awesome and powerful, and we wouldn't be here without that reality existing. But one of the hazards in this ecosystem is that those two lines, it's almost like when public television suddenly didn't have to have public good content in America, and the ads rules changed.
There was disagreement about what was best for the public.
Yeah, because for a time, it's like news and educational stuff was the cost to have the TV broadcast rights. Like you have to provide unbiased, like all perspectives kind of stuff. That's where even like Mr. Rogers kind of content doctrine, fits in, right? Then that gets removed, and then you see what happens.
24/7,
the news cycle, the O.J. Simpson coverage and ads running all the time, and then it's like, we should show the extreme news because that's what will get people to keep watching, which then means we get to show more ads and we get to make money instead of those being separate pipelines. So you have a situation where the people who are building audiences and creating content and posting reviews there's no oversight.
Sure.
And it's literally one for one. So all the same hazards that exist when those situations happen here, and it can have there's no system, and I'm not advocating for one either, but there's no system to say, we wouldn't know if Andrew paid or Shut Up and Sit Down.
Right.
I might know more personally now.
Here's
Andrew,
$50 grand.
Yeah, I mean, if you see that, it's like, well, where do those lines start and end? Even our own, examine ourselves, where most of the content we're creating, we do things differently. We don't run ads. We're not really creating content with the idea of millions of views so that we can get the ad money revenue from it. But most of our content is about products that are created by people we partner with to sell those products. And we want to be genuine and honest. And we, believe me or not, right? I mean, this is the thing. There's no way. But it's like we choose the partners we work with in the games that we support. And there is an element of, does it make sense on a business side for us to do this? But fortunately, there have been enough games and partners coming along that make sense on a business side and are people we want to work with, creating something we think deserves
worth having,
to exist and be supported and be shown and to be shown to the world. But it's a really fine line.
I mean, it's what's funny is just chronology. It's like where the decisions are being made. It all looks the exact same, but behind the curtain determines almost the ethical reality of it. Where it's like, do you find, talk to all these different publishers, test and demo all these different games, find something that you love and you think is great that you want to share with your audience, strike a deal, and then start selling that game and bring awareness to that product? Or do you search around for the game that's going to make you the most money, then try to get a deal with that publisher, and then sell it to your audience to sell the product? They look the same. Isn't that funny? Like they look the exact same. And so it's just like kind of this, it's kind of this moral perception that you have to have, which is difficult over the internet, difficult over video.
And, this is part of why I said I'm not suggesting we need some overarching institution examining things.
That fails too, right? I mean, it's...
Yeah. And the main reason for me, though, is going back to the invisible hand, as it were, which is there's so many Star Wars reviewers that it's just like white noise now, because it's like, you said this was great. I don't think that might actually be your opinion. That's fine. But I curate who I'm allowing to curate for me in the same way that, like, if Shut Up and Sit Down consistently was positive reviewing games and I bought it and it was like, this is not good, that'll eventually collapse.
That's true.
But at the same time, you go to like Target, and if there's a product in Target, there's a certain level of Target saying this is a worthwhile product that even just by it being on their shelf, like in my mind, similar to it, not so how it works out, because if they continually put products on their shelves that aren't of a certain quality, people stop shopping at Target. Or they'll start questioning way more and not just buying into this idea of what it is. Kind of like what was that Starbucks drink you had that was like the oil of some kind?
Oh God, it had olive oil.
Olive oil thing, and it's like,
that was so bad. I've never seen a corporate failure.
If they do that enough, the new drink comes along. So at first it's like, this
sounds crazy.
This sounds crazy.
You guys
However,
think it's good, right?
It's like you've had enough bangers. It's dessert drinks, right? So like, if that's what you're looking for, it's like brown sugar oat milk shaken espresso. It's like, okay, I'll try that. This checks out. You try it, and it's like, you know what? They're onto something here. This is good. Then they do the olive oil thing, and it's like, I don't know. So going back,
I don't know. It was like, this is undrinkable.
Yeah, but you go back to like record labels, and it's like, well, what's the difference between a really good thing that will sell and a really good thing that doesn't sell? Because the supposition here is that you're just going to do things because they sell.
Yeah.
Record label's different because you're having to physically produce a thing that you think is good. And then if it's like A24 films, if they're building their audience around a very specific kind of film, and the moment one comes out that's not that, they get a couple. Or there's a percentage, 10 to 20% of their films don't have to feel the same way.
I think there's a lot of people, though, that would say of the A24 films they don't like, they still fit the label.
Totally. Oh,
like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, this fit. It wasn't for me, but like this definitely fit.
Yeah. But it's a little different here because, again, if a publisher walks up to any given content creator and it's like $50 grand for a positive review.
Well, we saw that Quackalope scandal. You remember that? which was not that explicit, but it was this kind of like, I'm about to post a bad review and maybe
but if you sign up for this tier of thing, we'll maybe do
might
relook
reshoot
and
it,
rethink about it,
et cetera. And and it all gets kind of, it's hard to figure out what's true and all the noise between whatever was pub and here's the emails that I sent and here's what they said. But I think I want to go back to what you're talking about with my father.
My father.
My father. My long lost father. He worked at the newspaper, and the thing about that though is that he was getting paid the same no matter what his reviews were.
Yeah.
And just think about the difference in dynamic where your revenue depends on the type of reviews that you're putting out. That fundamentally changes the ability to be objective, even if you're trying real hard. Mm-hmm. There's always that little, I mean, it's so encompassingly different at that point. And so that is a world that we're living in more so than ever now. Mm-hmm. We talk about influencers, we talk about TikTok, $5 million or 5 million view dance videos, all that. You see that Dancing with the Devil thing? You seen that on TikTok? Oh,
did you watch the whole thing?
Dancing for the Devil, I should say. Jonathan, I binged that. I couldn't have watched something faster than that kind of thing. Cults, social media being bad.
As we know, Stephen loves cults.
Oh my gosh. I mean, those two things together, it's like, I love anything that's proving that social media is awful and that's culty and religious and all this. It's just like right up my alley again. So I would offer you a review of that show if you're interested in it. But it's always going to be positive if there's cults involved. So, the gatekeeping side of industries used to be, like we're talking about, you can give an objective take because your profit wasn't relying on it. For my dad's like review things. But then as far as a record label, I mean, if you bring an artist in and then they make a record and you as the promoter don't like the record, you still have to say, this is an incredible record. You're trying to sell it, right? So this crazy line between giving your actual take on something versus giving the take that you need to give to make the thing successful that you're selling is like such a weird gray area. And I feel like it's just on steroids right now. And there's I don't know how to fix it. I don't know where it ends up at the end of all of this. Aside from, can you believe anything, anybody? Do you just find one person who stays true until they don't?
I think they will naturally, it'll take time, but I think they'll naturally do better over time when it's real. But the other part of that is,
but what if you just don't get games because you're actually giving your take and then nobody wants to send you their stuff and then you can't review anything anymore?
Well, then you just have to buy them. But like, I think that's when you have a Disney scenario where you're getting things early and like part of the appeal is the exclusivity to the access, right? There's only like 3 people that can review this new game prior to it going up. So you're inclined to want to review it. Mm-hmm. But if you're negative on that review, next time that publisher has a thing, they may, like with Disney, they may not invite you to the premiere.
Yeah.
And in that world too, like just being at the premiere is such an influence-based thing. It's like, oh, this is an insider. These people have sources. These people talk to the real people. They're at all the big stuff. It's like in tabletop, they go to Gen Con, they go to Essen, they go to Gamma. They've got their pulse on.
There's such a status to that too, right? When you're like you remember we were playing with Peter Atkinson there at Gen Con?
I sure do.
Yeah, that was incredible. And it's like, well, I don't want to lose that opportunity. I don't want to like.
Well, and the other thing is so the Obi-Wan show that came out.
That first episode was horrid, Zach.
They showed us the first two episodes in an arena with like 15,000 mega Star Wars fans. And like Ewan McGregor's there and it's this whole dog and pony show. It's like, it's really hard not to like it in that environment. It's sort of like when episode 1 came out, Phantom Menace, people had built it up so much and they go watch it. And it's so hard not to like it. And I very much don't like it, but Star Wars episode 9, it's like part of what they do in that movie that's you learn later is like they're just constantly shoving new things in your face. So you can't think about it. And then the movie ends and you're talking after at the bar and you're like, wait a second, the dagger like lines up with the Death Star in the water? Like and then you like start deconstructing it. So again, a lot of these reviews are you walk out of this premiere and people are that right then creating the content, right? And there's just such a environment. So that's apples and oranges too. Earthborne a year later from Shut Up and Sit Down or however long it is. But it is I think if you could have a world where paid for content is clear, That's a huge step. And I know on like Instagram and stuff, you're supposed to, if it's paid content, it's supposed to have the hashtag and it's supposed to whatever. But I see this all the time where, celebrity will be like, oh, look at this like makeup I'm trying. It's like, and then the bottom hashtag is like sponsored.
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't actually like, this is just $100,000 or whatever it is on the thing. Because they have reach, right? And they aren't even content creators. It's just like, you're an actress who's...
Dude, I have a great example of this. Here, give me another.
Round 2. Ding, 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 ding.
This is just like us being at the pub, man. I'm looking at insulation for the house, and one of the things that you do is you do it obsessively for hundreds of hours.
Do you?
Because Zach, there are a few decisions in your life that you make once, and you live with the consequences for like 20 to 30 years.
Like having a baby?
Yes. And others. But yes, in that category of decisions. So the thing is, you actually have enough information in the world right now to make the right decision when it comes to how to build your house for your climate zone based on all of the data.
And there is a right decision.
There's at least the rightest decision that you can come to.
Because it's partially where you're at. It's also partially what you want.
These things haven't changed, right? Like the climate's changing a little bit, but the climate zones themselves.
Let's not go into that.
Yeah,
agreed. But let's not go into that.
We pay attention to the graphs and charts and make a conclusion that is obvious. What a political thing.
Did you ever come up with the word for? This is less specific, but it's related to that. You were saying there's a logic or a thing which is, if the thing is true that is being said, and then the outcome is really horrible, and if it's not true and the outcome is fine, why not believe that it's true?
Yeah. It's like a version of Pascal's wager, but I don't know. It's a term that we need to coin ourselves. We need to come up with it.
I use that all the time.
Yeah.
That sort of logic. It's like, well, if false, doesn't matter anyway. But if true, game ending. Even in playing games. Yeah. It's like, if they have this card in their hand, I lose. So let's just assume they have it.
Because if they don't have it in their hand, then I'm probably going to win no matter what I do.
Yeah.
So who cares? So I was looking up insulation and stuff, and I got to old Matt Ritzinger with the Build Show, and he's like one of the big build guys. He's in Texas, so similar climate zone, helpful, all of his information. He was doing all this stuff, and I watched his various reviews.
He's a content creator.
Content creator, also he builds houses, but his main thing, I think, is the show through build.com that he hosts. Notably, like an HGTV style thing.
My favorite, whatever you want to call them, content creator, influencer, personalities, internet personalities, etc., generally are people that actually do a thing. Yeah. And then they create content about the thing that they do. Yeah. So, it would be, if there were a publisher publishing games, and Jamie is a great example of this. He's a publisher who creates a ton of content about this process. And he's actually someone...
And Andrew's doing that too, Earthborne.
Yeah, 100%.
Podcast on.
And he's really good. He's a great example to me of the way he handles his reviews. He's got a whole process for it and is very clear about it's unpaid, and it's also, please post your honest opinion, whatever it is. And I think that is the long-term winning play, because as an example, even if you get a really negative review, the people that are following that person probably would agree. And I would rather them not go see it or not buy the game, like a board game. I'd rather someone not buy my game and not have a bad experience.
Oh, sure.
Than buy it on that's something they were sold. In the short term, that might make you more money.
Right.
But like if Earthborne was actually bad, and then people bought it because of the Shut 'em Sit Down thing, the next time Shut 'em Sit Down is glowing about something, and the next time Andrew makes something, it's negative for both.
Sure.
Because anyone that had that experience is like way less likely to believe. Yeah. Anyways, carry on.
And there are certainly ways to structure a review where the content of it is about... It's a tactful and kind of a better way to deliver the information than this is awful.
Yeah.
But I was watching the insulation thing, and it was why I used Rockwell insulation for my house from Matt. And I was like, well, that seems relevant. I mean, this guy has all this information. He's been building houses, and this is what he chose for his house. First 30 seconds, this video is sponsored by Rockwell. So then I've got to make an assessment, right? It's like, okay, so does Matt love the product and he reaches out to Rockwell and says, hey, y'all, I love what you're doing. I want to check out the product.
Really important.
He brings it in. He's like, this is incredible. I can't light it on fire. It's maybe causes lung cancer, at least in Europe, but
only in Europe.
But it's amazing. And so then he's like, guys, I will feature this on my channel and get you guys a lot of exposure if you'll send me the bats to put in my house. And then they're like, well, heck yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah. And so, a check.
And so in exchange, well, that's like probably $10,000 to $50,000.
A parallel example would be if West Mall
or Nalgene or Clean Canteen
reached out to us and was like, hey,
your reach is immense.
If we reached out to them and we were like, we just love your beer, and we might start every stream cracking a West Mall, being like the official beer of Covenant. We have it in our local space. So there's like a genuine way that could go.
Yeah. And the monks would love that.
But you have to... They might. If we have our like meditation moment, it's like it's real. Anyways, you might have a scenario like with him, where he does truly love the product. He reached out. He has all this reach, and he's like, "I'd love to share your thing."
Right.
They come, and that is not the same, but it's getting closer to how I think we've operated.
Absolutely.
Which is, hey Andrew, we adore this thing.
Yeah.
We think you're a phenomenal human being. We'd love to work with you and help you be successful and create these things. But it is a fine line.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the perception. Because it could have been Rockwell says, hey, Matt, $500,000 for a Rockwell video.
That ad's going on the video, dog.
And Matt's like, oh, okay, I dig the product enough, I'll do that. And then he reveals it at the front, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
But then it's a 25-minute video of him talking about it in his house.
To be fair, regardless of how you feel about it, at least in that scenario, if it truly is going in his house, it's at least got to be okay.
yeah, it is. It is okay.
I think that's the one of the natural checks for us. And I've told so many publishers or potential publishing partners this, where like, if I'm going to talk about it every week on a stream for the news, and we're going to play it, and we're going to keep interacting, and I'm going to go to events and play tournaments, and I'm going to this is going to be in my life, and I'm going to have to engage with you routinely as a partner. I have to like you and this thing.
Yeah, right. I can't fake it.
I can't. I just, there's no, as hard, that would be impossible for me to do, but I get it. And I think that's where a lot of content creators get burnt out. The thing that makes you money is oftentimes not actually what you would just do creatively or the spark that you have. And it's the slippery slope where you just do one little thing at a time. And then all of a sudden, you're making $10,000 a video off of publishers who are paying you to do good review, and all you have is good reviews, and on and on it goes. Or you're only doing reviews that get 1 million views, and so you frame it in a certain way, or Star Wars content, or whatever it is.
Right. Tell me this. This is the last thing that I want to throw into this conversation.
I want to see some comments too. I've been blind.
A ton of comments I've got saved.
All right, here, yeah.
I'm blind because I don't have my computer.
All right, let's run that, and then I got a question for everybody. Kind of the last question.
So comments
let's hit
first.
The comments.
Comments
shall
first.
we?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. There's a lot.
And
Shaved my head this morning. I love the way it feels.
Hey, I'll be honest with you. If you're out there and you brew a beer that's actually good, we could have an official beer.
We could, yeah. Marshall's is doing that for everybody these days. I think we'd have to buy a lot of it, and we just can't sell it. We'd have to just drink it.
Just get a keg.
Shame.
That can't be great for them, right? You just drink this beer on stream and show 5,000 people this beer that they mostly can't get. Tomb, what's going on? I've seen a few movies recently which I ended up enjoying, yet afterwards I found they had pretty bad reviews. Made me think how much films I would like, but I missed because I usually read reviews first. Man, I totally agree with this. I was looking at a movie called The Sphere. It's like a 70s sci-fi movie, and it was like a 15% on Rotten Tomatoes. I was like, well, I don't want to waste 2.5 hours, if this is going to be a real bummer. And then I did what I have to do, I feel like these days on Google a lot, which is try to find actual people talking and not just AI overviews and random stupid bot data that is the front page because they stuff it with keywords and sentences. And so I stumbled on, I think it was either Reddit or like a movie AV forums or something. And people were talking about, hey, this is one of my favorite childhood movies of all time, The Sphere. I grew up with this movie. I love this movie. This is my favorite sci-fi movie ever. Yeah, it's not, it's cheesy in places or it has these problems, but man, I love it. And the next commenter's like, I love it too. I grew up with this movie. It's like my favorite. I still watch it on cold, rainy days and stuff. And so I was like, well, that's worth a try. You know, like, so.
Did you try it?
No, I didn't.
Ah,
I didn't end up having. I didn't have 2.5 hours. What did I end up watching?
Yeah.
I ended up watching Dance with the Devil or whatever. Dance for the Devil, the cult.
The thing you were now talking about.
I think I was actually on my way to the Sphere and I saw that and I was like,
Yeah, the word cult got mentioned.
And then sometimes like they're not streaming anywhere. And so it's like, do you want to pay $8 to rent it? And it's like, I'm sorry, but
unfortunately
you've built
not.
an ecosystem that makes me very unlikely to do that.
Yeah.
So there are instances where like if you just read, especially like there's a lot of people that have bad takes on things.
Oh yeah. Well, I also kind of have a fundamental perspective. I don't not really believe, but usually the more people that hate something, the more some people are going to absolutely love it.
Mm-hmm.
So things that are just universal. Sometimes, you know, a movie comes along or
That's why Jonathan won't watch Godfather.
an album. That's still ridiculous. Sometimes Godfather's a good example. Something comes along and it's just a beautiful work of art that a lot of people enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Godfather is one of them. I get it, but it's one of them. So, but a lot of times, like I've found some of my keeping with the Star Wars trends, like Last Jedi. It's like,
oh yeah,
the more people hate something, there's usually an opposite. Like it's more for that person.
sure.
Like
I also though wonder how much is the contrarian take contributing to the enjoyment there, where it's like, yeah, I'm like the guy that can like this, and that gives me an identity outside of the mainstream, and so you know.
The thing about Last Jedi, and I know, for me at least, why I know that the way I feel about it is true, is
You trust your feelings?
originally, it still is true. You go to like Rotten Tomatoes, right? And before it came out, the critic review of Last Jedi was like super positive.
Really?
And it's still true. It's like 96, 97%. So you go in and it's like, oh my goodness, like 97%. And the marketing for that film was peak. That was post Rogue One. Like this is just like peak Star Wars moment for me. But you watch it. And then we went out after to a bar. And immediately, probably in that group, one of the most critical people is Ben Comstock. I love Ben.
Ben's great.
But he just, we sit down and he's like, it was beautiful, but I don't get the Holdo maneuver. Like, how is that a thing that's possible? And I'm like, dude, that was the craziest moment in Star Wars history. This is awesome. And then, but like immediately there's people, and like Matt was like Luke throwing that lightsaber just like made me nauseous. Like it was just bad. And I'm like, what are you talking? That was like early in the movie. He just tosses the saber, and I'm like, yes, perfect. Anyways, not gonna go into that. Then over the next like 2 months, the criticality came in from a lot of people, but like I get there are two primary camps of complaints for that movie, and I get why they are what they are. But at the same time, like if my friend Matt had gotten the movie he wanted, I would like that movie less than the one that we got.
Yeah.
And the main point of that is, and I think the way the house guy framed the video is really nice, which is, this is the decision I made for me, and this is why I like it. Mm-hmm. And like, even right now, we're both building houses. They come out very different.
Yeah.
And the right choice would be very different. So the same is true of content. Same with board games. It's like, this is art that's being played, and it's going to be. I know there are a ton of people that would hate Star Wars TCG, but all the things that make Star Wars TCG what Star Wars TCG is why they love it. Going back to X-Wing last week.
And you got to try it before you can fall in love with it.
You got to try it a lot. But like Star Wars X-Wing, I think they continued trying to make it more something that more people have been enjoying. But the more you genericize it or make it generic, the less appealing it is for the people that liked it because of what it was when it started.
Yeah, it's a little less meaningful. It's like you kind of, your floor goes up, but your ceiling goes way down in terms of enjoyment. Jonathan, can you take us back to comments? Sorry, I still have something I want to ask Zach. I now have two things I want to ask.
Thomas King, video reviews, especially at Power. First review of my game was a positive written review and didn't affect sales. The Dungeon Dive did a positive video review that doubled sales.
What game is that?
Yeah, what is the game, Thomas?
Thomas, thank you. What else we got?
Here we
Yeah, video, man. Who knew it was I guess you called that one.
Killed the video star.
Video.
Hey, I've been wrong about a lot of things. I've also been right about some.
Thomas again saying, I don't think there's a problem with reviews from people with unique tastes. As long as viewers know what kinds of things they like, it will still be informative. Man, I have a lot to say about identity, Zach. Just so much. So much is the greatest problem
Identity?
we've got. Yeah.
Who is you?
I mean, it's just like
What is me?
This idea of defining oneself so strictly and strongly at all times, based on some kind of digital persona / avatar.
That Ancient Generation book talks about that.
Good. So that means
Good.
I'm right.
Yeah, it means you're right.
All right. Great.
It looks like Surge here in Leet. In the board game community, certain high-profile reviewers have massive impact. They can almost single-handedly tank the potential success of a game with a bad review.
That's absolutely right.
Which
Yes.
is actually crazy to think about.
Here. Okay. This is too related to my question.
Okay.
So I'm Quinn's or Matt, or I'm sorry, the new guy. What's
By the way,
new guy's name?
the game from Thomas King is my game, is the Unseen World solo horror game.
Oh,
book.
cool. That's like the cool, weird stuff that I just am so adjacent to. But
But like, this is I have no idea what this game is, but I would bet there is a smaller audience of people that adore this thing. Partially because it would never be something. It's not because it wouldn't appeal to people, but like it's honestly even like Taylor Swift music. It's like to make things that many people like. It cannot be some of your favorite artists.
yes.
Like it just won't. Like Sturgill Simpson.
I mean, I tell you though.
They can get popular.
I mean,
But Taylor Swift is
1989 is
different.
a freaking masterpiece.
Yeah, but that
it's
is
the Mozart of our generation.
those are exceptions, not the rule, right?
They were exceptions. Well, I didn't know that they were exceptions at the time, but they turned out to be.
But it's sort of like a Godfather.
Folklore?
Where like sometimes there are things that a mass of the population enjoys and is
just
like
hits.
But that is, if you have 5,000 board games coming out a year, you might have a couple of those.
Yeah.
So for most people in most situations, this is not reality.
Yeah.
Anyways,
True.
What's your question?
Yeah, we do a $10,000 positive review on Unseen World, by the way, if you're out there.
Ship it over.
$10,000, we'll do it. The question is, okay, so I'm Quinn's Matt and or
You started naming names.
The newer one. I'm old. Actually, I haven't watched a review in
Frank
many.
just said Tom.
Tom. I haven't watched a review in many, many years, aside from the
This is
Earthborne
the
one.
Tom Green Show.
I'll watch the Earthborne one. And then Paul, poor Paul, he ran away to Canada, didn't he? Ended up in Canada. Last time we talked to him at FFG World, do you remember that? Paul was there, and we did that interview with Quinn's and him.
Well, I wasn't in the interview, but I remember it happening.
Yeah, that's why it was so great.
Is Quinn's even around anymore in Shadow?
He's doing an RPG channel, and he's also doing
it's like the 30 years ago thing.
Quince has always wanted to go farther. He's always had kind of this. I want to do more meaningful things. He has that drive.
He's got a little bit of reborn in him.
Yeah, he's a little reborn.
Well, I think it's just I'm glad to. I remember seeing it's the like old school RPG thing.
And he also did the Roblox like takedown thing. You remember that one?
Mm-hmm. Why this is bad for children?
Games play games or something.
People make games.
People make games. So but here's the thing: once you get to the scale, so everything's cool. You got your 5,000 subscribers, and you're honest and you're objective, and boom, boom, boom. And maybe just buy the games. They don't send them to you yet, and you're just getting your feet under you, and you're reviewing Star Wars LCG, and Steve Horvath gives you the copyright. So that's where you are. Then you get to a point.
We're talking about Shum Saddam.
You find yourself. You get to a point where you're like, okay, I have 100,000 people that will watch whatever video I put out, and I know that whatever I do is going to have an outsized impact for this publisher. Is there a human side of you that ceases to be able to review a game negatively enough that you know it's going to ruin somebody's life?
I mean,
and you just don't take the project. And then it's like, well, all your reviews are positive. But it's like, you don't understand that 90% of games that I've looked at that I would have trashed, I'm not interested in ruining somebody's dreams, so I just don't review them.
Yeah. And, we run into that exactly. And we're not at that stage. Michael, this is John pointing at it, so I got to read it. When I first found TC, I, in parentheses, wrongly thought they were unusual but clever salesmen. Over time, I realized they were genuine folks who were sharing their favorite games that they happened to sell. I love that comment.
I think the stream did a lot of that. We had an overly opaque thing maybe early on because we were so obsessed with the quality of the productions and stuff that we didn't allow the slipperiness of humanity to enter into the equation.
Yeah.
But when you're streaming so much, the human reality of you
Can't hide it.
cannot be hidden.
Yeah. Well, and you just have the live opportunity for engagement.
Yeah.
Even that comment coming through, right? And I think that's the, he mentioned the car salesman thing, and it's like, if we were selling cars, as an example, we'd probably be a Toyota dealership. We both own Toyotas, but it's just like, I don't know. If you could choose the things that you're selling, it makes sense that you would choose cars that you like.
And isn't this the whole point of retail? Isn't this the whole reason that retail gets a 50% margin? They're supposed to choose the products, support the things they love, give them to their community?
That's a good question, though, right? Because like Target are they choosing things they love, or are they choosing things that will sell?
That their customers will love.
That's right. But who's control here, right? Is Target deciding this, or is the customer deciding this?
Yeah, there's definitely a flip there for sure, too. When you start curating that way.
One of my favorite industry folk is Travis Severance from Millennium Games, and he's been doing YouTube content over the past couple months. If you haven't checked it out, you should. He's got a 180 approach from us. Like he's a retailer, but he did a video about things he sells that aren't games, basically.
Like disc golf.
Yes, but it's like plushies at the counter, and it's like because he has a lot of parents that come in looking to buy stuff, and while they're in line, it's like kid sees a little Pikachu plushie. And is like, oh, here's an $8 thing that I can add and buy. But he is a retailer there to serve what he thinks his customer base will buy. Yeah. Regardless of his taste or preference. There's some of that going on, of course, but like the curation element on his side is way less for that. It's way more understanding who's coming in. It's probably how Target is. It's like we understand
target audience.
The demographics of who's coming into our stores and what they're doing. And it's like same with Starbucks, right? It's like who's buying our stuff? It's like, how does an olive oil latte happen?
Well, I mean, they aren't wrong that that's the right thing to do. They were wrong about the way that it tasted.
Bad.
Yeah. I mean, hey, olive oil, this is supposed to be hip. It's like bullet coffee.
But I would put so much money on like their test market was like Seattle. And it's like there are people that are only eating vegetables.
But
that are
I'm only eating vegetables.
It's not true. Look at you.
Nothing in the world. You don't just want to drink olive oil. Nobody really wants that, do they?
I know.
Especially mixed with coffee.
I mean, I don't know, but put it all right in. It's efficient.
Butter. Butter. But
again, it's like who is Starbucks creating things that people? Same with like Taylor Swift, right? Is she creating music that she wants to create that people like?
No.
Or is she creating music that she thinks people will like?
That's right. But you kind of have to make that switch to scale that big.
Steven.
But it also crystallizes these identities. This is the problem. You never get anything new and interesting. You get the same drivel.
What was the question?
From the people that were interested a decade ago.
When you're planning or when you're doing a DJ set.
When I'm planning a DJ set, yes.
What's your percentage of stuff that you want to introduce people to versus stuff that you know that they like to get them in the door? It cannot be applied in this way.
Yeah, that's a great question. Because, I mean, nobody really knows if you can still play Remix to Ignition, by the way. We were talking about this the other day.
What?
Because of R. Kelly's sordid realities. Can you still play Remix to Ignition? Because everybody's going to love it.
Where do you fall on the I hate the artist, not the art?
That's a whole different show.
I don't even know. Honestly, Zach, I don't even know. But to your point, so Jonathan, here's my thing. I would never play a track that I don't like. Because my goal is to have a library of things that anything that I play at any given moment, I would like, and it would be of me. Like, right, this is something that is in my sphere of desirability.
Now, do you like shout? A little bit louder now?
I don't play that unless I'm hired to play for a wedding. In which case, it's not about what I like. I'm serving the bride and the groom at that point. And that is a different kind of thing.
That's a good parallel, though, because I think there's some retailers that are exclusively trying to serve their customers.
They're playing shout.
Yeah. And that's okay. Like, if that's the expectation. But there are other retailers that are curating, or like record labels, etc.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you come to a DJ Refuge show in Tulsa, which you won't, because I've not done that in many years, or if you come to my house, right, and I play you records,
which you also won't,
I'm interested in sharing with you the things that I think you'll like, but that I also like. I'm not going to just think, oh, I'll get a bunch of music that I hate that Zach will like, which I'm sure is a tremendous amount of tracks. But if I'm at a wedding, then I'm hired to do something. And I think this is where the lines do get crossed on the review side. It's like, in the retail side, are you there to serve this audience? Because the audience starts because you're purely presenting the thing that you love. And then as that audience gets bigger and bigger and bigger, what you love may change, but you feel like you have to start deciding, my target audience loves this thing that I've established, so I'm going to keep trying to love this thing, because if I start loving other things, we've seen this in podcasts and stuff, then I lose the audience. Mm-hmm. But they were only here because I was authentically loving the thing in the first place. And there we get into the infinite finger trap of permanent, unchanging identity.
Yeah.
So you can imagine what it's like to be like 16 on Facebook right now and say like, well, I get all my followers by being this kind of person, but I can't dare change now because then all my followers will leave.
Yeah, it'd almost be like, for us,
sneak that in there.
Covenant started when I was 18.
Mm-hmm.
And there has been a kind of thread connecting a lot of stuff we've done in terms of usually not the big games, indie, offbeat, smaller, but also expandable, community-based, and sometimes miniatures, but most of the time not. It's kind of card game leaning.
And then kind of just FFG.
Yeah, and then you know,
not.
Yeah. So, but that goes all the way. But all of a sudden, if we were like, you know what, Magic, we might lose so much engagement / people in our community. Maybe we wouldn't. I don't know.
Maybe they'd be replaced. Yeah.
But it is a.
I love that comment. I want to talk about that.
What is it? Second Cycle?
Second Cycle saying, we're a small YouTube channel for Flesh and Blood. I've seen some of your stuff. I would say we cater our content towards what we think people want to see because, pull up the next one. Because if we did what we wanted, we would get less views.
I don't know if that's true. It might be true, but I feel like that's a tough.
That's a tough
situation. I feel like oftentimes I wish I could see what the world would look like if anyone creating things would do the second one instead of, even right now, it's part of the problem with bringing it all back to Star Wars, Disney, is they're getting in this posture. And there was some ludicrous comment the other day about a Pixar reality where it was like, we're going to start making movies that are less based on the personal experience of the directors and the creators and more on like basically what people would like. And it's like,
awful.
You're missing it so bad. But like
awful.
To me, episode 9 was a punch list of let's do all the things to make everyone happy. And it was I would rather have had a movie I hated and my friend Matt loved, and he got everything he wanted. That was actually someone's artistic vision instead of just a checklist of all the things on the thing.
But this is the difference between AI art and human art. Is AI art is there to say, what do humans think art is and what will humans like?
Yeah.
And then the artist comes along and changes what humans like because they have a vision that they execute on. Andrew and Earthborne changed the perception of cooperative LCGs, not because they were thinking this is what the cooperative LCG crew will like. It's what Andrew wanted to make. And like that is such a huge difference. Here's the thing with Second Cycle. Here's my question to you. There's two questions. One is, do you actually have enough viewers where a difference in viewership matters? Right? Like going from 3,000 views to 1,000 views, you're probably not making any money anyway. So why not try it?
Depends on the goal.
And then secondarily is like the most successful things come out of the faster horse paradigm, right? It's like the Henry Ford, everybody wants the faster horse, I make the car. You don't make something that you're jacked about and that you love and that is your passion, and then see if there's other people who share that with you. You may be surprised. Like a lot of people become passionate about things that they didn't know even existed because they didn't exist until you made them. So it's like, well, we don't know. I don't imagine my audience is going to love like a Flesh and Blood video that is me cosplaying as one of the characters and then playing cards as if I'm in a role-playing situation. But maybe they will. Maybe all of a sudden this entire Critical Role audience will come over and be like, oh my gosh. So I think that approach is just way more productive.
It's also, I understand it logically when it is making you money.
Like it has to be making you a decent
or
amount
even
of
just
money.
like if you're making enough money to do this thing, it's really hard to make that jump. But in the end, if you're not going to be making that kind of money, it's the logic I was saying earlier. It's like, well, if I keep doing what I'm doing, it's not making me money anyway. Why don't you just do what you want? And then if that even works on the most microscopic level, it's just so much more meaningful. I would be curious, second cycle, if you could do anything you want, what would you do?
Yeah, I want to know that. And then we'll steal it and do it ourselves. Definitely smaller viewerships are probably not as impactful as I think it is. My morale suffers when I see the dip happen while trying something new.
It's that poverty mindset. Like, you gotta just keep doing it because you're so close. Like, right around the next corner is going to be it if I just stick to it. But you don't take risks that way.
Isn't that so? I understand this completely. I mean, we have every possibility and philosophy and belief to insulate ourselves from this, but streams start getting 1,000 views instead of 5,000. Yeah. That has an impact.
There's a reason we're not doing Taylor Swift reviews.
That has a value. We feel like we have failed, even if we're doing what we love and what we believe in, if nobody wants to watch it. And that's scary, man.
Well, and I think for sure. And I think to me, the goal would be...
There's going to be some vacuuming noises.
Yeah, hopefully you can't hear it. But
you can hear them. Oh, you can hear Hold on, I'll put a panel on.
I got it.
Two woolies, one problem. So, I don't know. For me, it would be... Just because you want to do it doesn't mean it's a valid thing to be doing in terms of commerciality. But I do think you could iterate on doing things that you really enjoy until you found something. And sometimes, a lot of times, it takes doing that thing for a long time for it to have the kind of success that you want. It depends on what your goal is, right? But I think you may have an idea, you try it, and no one wants that idea. And then, okay, try the next idea you'd want to do until you find the thing that you're excited to be doing and want to be doing. And even then, I think we've done this 1,000 times, which is you find something that's successful, and then it's easy just to want to keep doing that.
Mm-hmm. The X-Men gameplay video.
And then 80 X-Men gameplay video, then you're just kind of like, yeah, they get 50,000 views every time, but like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, I don't care about this.
I can't watch another Jumpmaster or Falcon. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean too about like the games that we support, we interact with so much that I know you could do it for 6 months or a year.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot do that for 5 years or 10 years or whatever it is.
Like how many dedicated game podcasts have got their last 6 months of just like, I guess we'll pull out another topic from somewhere about this.
It's so hard.
Yeah, it gets really bad. Yeah. Well, hey, closing thoughts? Anybody out there? Closing thoughts? Reviews, review culture, etc. Let's close it up and get to the news. Yeah. I just think it's.
Oh, there's 1,000 more comments.
All right, let's go. Let's do them. Let's do them fast and let's not even.
Lightning round. You're not even.
Let's not even talk about them.
And just show them.
This will be an easy one. If you just look at this. Kind of
Josh Brophy saying, "Do you know that the avatars are doubled on our screen at least?
No.
Are they doubled? Do you think in production?
No, they're not doubled in production.
Why is that?
They go. I have no idea.
I mean, it's weird. It's kind of.
I like
weird.
that Snoopy shirt though.
Yeah, go look at it.
It says, don't change anything you guys do, but change the channel name to Cage Fight and trick more people into coming here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's risky.
I think we changed to Board Game Bros.
Bruh.
We're right there, man. We're
You
right
even
there.
got the accent. You'll have a bro accent.
Bro. Thomas, one thing that I worry about with some reviewers that the entertainment value of their review seems to be overshadowing the information value of their review. Yes. Whether that means bashing or glorifying, is that necessarily a bad thing? Don't know.
At the same time,
I ended that last part.
If people do the entertainment version of a review and it's working, then there's obviously a lot of people out there that want that.
I would say people would rather be entertained than informed, more broadly.
Totally.
If I know anything about what I know.
I just happen to be part of the segment that usually would prefer the informative over the like on the nose entertaining. But
SUSD found a way to do both. And that's the beauty of it. The Jules, I once heard that all YouTube videos are either informative or entertaining. That's your only option. If you can do both at the same time, you're going to win.
4K no los dos.
The Jules Thief, IMO, the reviews for established or large corporations, companies are usually heavily seeded and biased, but when it's a small board game or TCG, the reviews are a lot more honest.
I think another part of it for TCGs or expandable games is tough. And Earthborne suffers from some of this. Is a board game player or reviewer reviewing Earthborne and playing like one day of Earthborne is not the same thing as someone that makes it through a whole campaign.
Absolutely.
Or an expandable card game.
Yeah, man. It's like us playing like one sealed for Part the Misfail. We don't have a take on that set. Terrence Miltner. What's up, Terrence? The best. Movie critics used to cut their teeth as reporters and other journalism jobs. They were versed in ethics and had a framework to guide them, and this kind of idea, of objectivity and those kinds of things. But
now anyone can be a reporter.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Anyone can say anything.
Eliseo, YouTube has just become a numbers game and a marketing stratagem. So here's my thing about this.
Doesn't everything get that way?
I think people can tell. Not all people. Not everyone even cares. Like, my mom has no idea what's real and fake. Seriously. She just doesn't. She Googles something and it's like, or is on Facebook, it's like, her world when I was a kid is, oh, 2 people down the street said A was true, so A must be true. And it's like, don't swim for 45 minutes after you eat. And then scientifically, no basis in fact. But even now the internet exists, she was not built for that world. So she'll hear something from a friend in small town Oklahoma, and then why would I not believe that?
Yeah.
I trust Steven. Surely he would.
She does
but you
not
just
trust
heard
me.
it from
No.
this person and this person and this person. And it's like, someone just said this thing. Anyways, so I think over time, it just takes time. That's the hardest part of this, is like, eventually people suss it out. And you can only get fed garbage for so long before you're, like I said with the Star Wars reviewers, there's people I followed for a long time, and it's an opinion, but then eventually it's like, you can't keep telling me these shows are great and expect me to respect your opinion. But it takes a long time for that to be real.
But do you really have hope? I mean, do you really think that...
It's never happened before.
I mean, don't you think that it's getting harder and harder for people to even understand, have a bearing? I mean, because you have to have some kind of a stable foundation that was built up early so that you can stand on it and judge things. But if you're getting tossed among the winds of insanity from the very beginning, or even not just now, your mom, like an example, didn't have the tools to translate information. It's like, how are you going to know? How are you going to tell?
I mean, literally what we have right now, I wish my mic was on, sorry guys, who's listening. What we have right now is people who are getting advanced degrees in pulling the strings of people who have not have any defense for that. Like, you have someone getting all the education on how to influence somebody, and someone getting no education on how to keep from being influenced.
Right, of course, yeah.
That can't, I mean, I know that how the equation goes.
The world
But
is
like-
all just marketing now.
but over
it's just
time-
about your message.
There's less and less people that don't have the tools to do that.
All I've seen over time is that the marketing gets more sophisticated.
Yeah, I would just
I
say...
have not seen the defenses get more sophisticated.
Yeah. I mean, it has to...
Sorry, I would like it.
It all has to fail. It has to be destroyed. It's the only way. Seriously, it is the only way. We have to destroy the internet. Terrence Meltner, gatekeeping to suppress undeserved voices is bad. Or sorry, underserved voices is bad. And this has happened a ton throughout history. But at times it seems the pendulum has swung so far that informed opinion is not valued the way it was. My WebMD does not replace an MD. Yeah. I mean, how many times now, you talk to your doc and then, or somebody talks to their doctor and then they like post it on Facebook and they're like, oh, honey, that's not it. You should, you should drink a cactus or whatever and that'll solve it.
We've seen genuine video of someone doing something, and when they say, I didn't say that thing, and there's a group of people over here that believe it, which is crazy.
Right.
Magatu happening.
Yeah,
here. Taking crazy posts.
It's all just kind of this fantasy. It's not about what's true, it's about what makes you feel good, right? This is kind of the problem. This is just like this destructive base worship of self feel goods.
I believe it's the century of self.
Century of
If you're
self.
looking
Okay,
for,
thank you, John.
title.
Heaven for anything just for me to not feel discomfort.
Right.
Anything. I'll believe anything.
Desmond, I like the start of this comment. I think Zach is spot on about the lack of transparency in the YouTube space. No one but the artist is holding them to ethical standards, and all artists have a strong ethics as team covenant.
Well, thanks. Yeah.
I could tell from the beginning that comment was going to be great.
Pulled one over on him. He thinks we've got ethics, buddy.
Yeah. Tweak 87, the power of the goal of the product is X, or this product might not be for you, is extremely valuable, and it shows you care about what you make.
Yeah, I do like those terms, right? Like, this is the kind of person who will dig this.
Yeah,
like when we were talking about Warlord, it's like, this is the kind of game it is. We're not trying to hide the fact that it's this. And if you don't like dice rolling, if you don't like randomness, all of that, you're not going to like this. But if you like Westmalle Ale and rolling D20s, you're you're gonna freaking love this game.
Yeah.
And that goes back to our dad. He always called himself a reviewer and not a critic.
Yeah, Dad said a reviewer, not a critic.
Yeah.
Which is
Well,
nice.
I think that's something we run into a lot too, because there's the wide gap between the kinds of even games that we support, and not every game is for every person, like even remotely close. And we're like kind of pretty focused with what we're doing,
even within that little niche.
yeah, let alone the world of board games that have literally thousands of SKUs every year coming out, products coming out. It's just like,
it's a lot. It's a lot. See, to do it, something I don't like about reviewers is that they have so many games, they don't give each a fair shake. And that's a good, and man, we've tossed that around a million times in our own history. If it's like, do you give equal treatment to everything, or do you give more treatment to the things that more people are enjoying, liking, vibing with, etc., right? It's pretty, I don't know, it's a tough thing.
Rain, it seems mainly centered around Kickstarter. Early reviews for Kickstarter I never trust, but everything else I nearly always trust.
Yeah.
Early Kickstarter reviews is similar to the Disney inviting you to the Star Wars premiere. It's like, there's 5 copies. We're going to get 5 reviewers. Will you review this for me?
Yeah. You have any more, John?
Yeah.
Speaking of
Sorry, I was
reviews
distracting Andrew and he started texting me.
and video gaming,
Andrew, get outta here.
He can't stay away. It's like a moth to the flame. If there's controversy, Andrew Navarro's in the middle of it, right? The IGN leaked that they paid people to clap during the last Xbox showcase. Wow, I didn't know that. As much as I mean, is it true? I haven't fact checked that. How do you even do that? Do you Google 20 sources and just put them next to each other and say, well, 10 versus 10? Oh.
We'll see our new sponsor, Ground News.
Ground.
God himself.
The thing is, like, truth is farther away than it has ever been.
Is there a word for humor that the person telling the joke likes more than anyone else?
I think it's an inside
I think it's
joke.
Dad.
No, it's not inside. Inside joke is something that,
It's just a joke for me.
Self-gratifying humor?
Yeah, that's
Like,
Hey, can you pull that up? I didn't finish reading.
you
that
know, when you
last one.
really get yourself. I like that kind of humor, actually. I'm amused by it.
As much
this
as-
one's for me.
Worship of self over here. As much as I think I have a filter, I feel lost more and more on who to trust. 100%. And like, this is the thing, the reputation economy has broken down entirely. And this is not without good cause, because a lot of the people that were respected and had reputable positions in society were shown to betray that. There were scandals. There was, backdealing. There was this senator paid this person, or, they had a thing going on. And you hear enough of that and you're like, then I can't trust anybody. And then what do you do? And then you're just at the whims of whatever the social media sales are sending your way, because who's to say what's true anymore? Everybody's betrayed your trust at a certain point. Anyway, there's a lot to that. Frank, it comes down to trust. I'll happily be marketed to by companies I trust, like Covenant and Shut Up and Sit Down. I don't trust random marketers because they haven't earned my trust. Well, thanks, Frank.
We're caught up.
I've also seen you in face to face. I think that helps to actually meet somebody face to face. Okay, and my last thing, Zach, here. What if we stopped being so critical of everything all the time, and we just like enjoyed movies because somebody decided to make it?
Because if I post a tweet that is Holdovers was pretty good,
It was better than pretty good.
it was phenomenal. But like the tweet that is like Holdovers is one of my favorite movies I've seen in recent memory. Absolutely worth a watch. You got to do it. And I tagged one of the actors in it, and it gets retweeted. It's like that has so much more reach potential versus, or if I said Holdovers is so overrated, this movie is just garbage. I can't believe anyone would like this. Like, it feels like an old movie, and there's no special effects, and there's no action, et cetera, et cetera. I think that is a very simple explanation for why. I love that little jab there from Larry Carter, our lead developer here at Covenant.
It's so funny.
Almost always there's good reasons why people are behaving this way, and it just comes down to playing the algorithm game.
It's playing the algorithm, but it also existed before the algorithm, before the grand algorithm was there.
That's going back to like the news with ads, right? In the 90s, where it's like, well, we just need to show the punchiest stuff because we need people to keep watching and keep having the TV on. You can't be afraid of what you're going to miss. And like, we're following OJ's thing for 6 years. It's like, why?
But I wish I want you to yell at me about this.
Okay.
because you're a film major and
You want to bring John over? I can just go take a break.
Come on over. You spend a lot of time dissecting film,
Media.
art. There's art critics, I like to be this. I like the idea of like having a informed take on things and assessing things.
Merely an idea.
But at a certain point, like, is the assessment of a film, the criticality, the kind of dissecting every piece of it, do you lose the magic of enjoying art for its own sake whenever you have to be so focused on the shot and the cinematography and the acting and the writing and all of this? Can you ever escape that and just sit back and enjoy something?
To me, it gives me more enjoyment. But there is a middle ground, and I think it's like the speed reading thing, right?
Yes, I love this.
Where people who speed read often say that they regret it because they can't just sit down and enjoy a book.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can maintain that metaphor for long, but
yeah. So thank you for proving my point.
But you get the idea. But so it's like my best metaphor is actually so there is when I was out with my son when he was 2 years old, I was reading books about enjoying nature. It just happened to happen, and there was me watching his enjoyment, which was a very base level. Oh, look at the pretty flower enjoyment, and then there was kind of me struggling through But then when I broke to the other side, it's there's a multitude of things to enjoy, rather than just this sort of glossed over thing. It's a deeper understanding of it. You can appreciate on like you listen to the music.
Of the flower or of the experience?
This experience, the nature, what's the what kind of soil is that flower growing in? Why? This, that, and so much more engaging. Or someone who knows a lot about music, they can understand, oh wow, look, he did this with the drums here. Listen to how the bass sounds. Whereas I'm just listening on just speakers without any bass and enjoying it on my level. Somebody who really can truly appreciate it is listening to it and enjoying it on a level that's not accessible to me, and a deeper level. I think probably a more enjoyable level.
See, that's a fascinating thing. Ultimately, because I actually feel like my journey with music has moved away from granularity, and I enjoy pop music a lot more. I enjoy just this. If I just stop thinking about it so much, this actually makes me feel happy,
right?
Or it creates certain feelings that are really enjoyable. Oh yeah. Rather than thinking about, oh, that melodic synth line was really clever, or oh man, he's using that Reese bass line and it's a square wave. Oh my gosh. It's just oh man, that drop made me feel crazy. There's a certain
stepping back
joy
of it.
to just taking life as it is rather than trying to box it up all the time.
And I think importantly is that you have reached a point in your journey where you have control over how you enjoy something.
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas I think when you're early on, you're enjoying it very simply because you can't enjoy it deeply. You're enjoying it deeply, you can't enjoy it simply anymore. And the third stage is
I see the world as a multiplicity. I see the world as unity.
You reach enlightenment.
I think
there.
that's it.
No problem.
Yeah, I like that. So maybe you can even see them at the same time. Can you be enjoying a movie for itself while also taking in the meticulous details along the way?
Can you be can you be watching a movie and then be get a bolt of joy because a cut was really cool, but then go back into just enjoying the movie, for what it was?
Here's the last thing I want to ask you. When you see a film, are you creating a checklist of things you want to talk about after it? As it's going?
No.
If you're watching it with Joey or something, and you guys are watching Valhalla Rising or something.
Right.
It's we're going to sit down, we're going to watch it, and then as the movie's playing, you're oh, I want to talk about that one scene that was there, and then that one shot, and that use of light, and all of that. Is that stacking up?
Yeah. If I'm watching it with somebody and knowing that that's coming, probably is. Probably is.
And that makes sense if it's in the context of let's review this together afterwards.
Yeah.
Right?
And then, but a lot of the times, especially when I'm watching with someone, it's more like a Mystery Science Theory experience where we're talking about it live. Oh, you see that? Oh, whatever. It was really fun back in the day when I was a news editor. Us and some of the news team would go and watch movies at midnight showings because we all got off.
11:30.
And we would all talk about the movie afterwards. Oh, did you see that cut? Oh, I can't believe they did that. Oh, they held that for too long. Oh my gosh, it didn't match at all, kind of a thing.
Very cool.
Which is, it's just a different way of understanding it, but it doesn't lessen the appreciation. It just shifts the appreciation, I think, a little bit.
All right.
There's a really, really good comment that I had about ready to pull up over here that I think just slam dunkers the ball.
Hot swap them. Let's do the news too. Slam dunk the ball and let's do the news.
Let's dunk the ball. Desmond's going to dunk the ball, and then we'll...
All right, Desmond. He's going from half court. As an artist/academic, it's easy to mistake the quantity of engagement as being the chief goal. But if you're committed to art, then you need to focus on the quality of engagement, not the quantity. And to be fair, YouTube is trying to skew people this direction because they're prioritizing watch time.
Yeah,
That's right.
And honestly, of the metrics that you can track, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Views are awful because it's just about attention for a moment. Watch time being like a primary factor is a big deal.
but even watch time, any metric can be corrupted.
It can be. It's harder.
It is harder, but it leads to, can you create a cascade of things happening that is hard to look away from?
Yeah.
And not always, but
Like this, for instance.
I mean, how
This
could
absolute
how could-
train wreck of a conversation.
how could you possibly hit pause or exit this video? On that note,
I tell you, the percentage watch time on a 4.5 hour live stream, even if somebody watches an hour, is still bad.
yeah.
We've got what? We've got 125 people here, 46 likes.
46 likes, guys. Come on. Those are rookie numbers.
How is Lil Jon gonna keep eating on 46 likes? I mean, he's gonna have to choose between the burger, the fries, or the shake. He can't get it all.
Can't do
He's a
that.
growing boy. I will say we crossed the 5,000 view average goal that we had for the live stream.
Those last couple streams really
It's
murdered.
because we mentioned Star Wars in both of the last titles. That's it.
Yeah, why do you think I mentioned Star Wars so much
This
this
stream will get maybe 35 or 4,000.
And honestly, that
I know a way to
really
fix it.
goes against what we've been talking about, because like I know if we talk about X-Wing, Star Wars in general, or Netrunner, we're going to get a ton of views.
Yeah.
And that's all our old audience that we gained from doing the thing before we started doing the different thing.
But also, there's a difference between, as an example, depends. This is a separate goal, right? We can't do the news when you're gone. I don't have any devices.
Well, you John can do it.
So there's a keen difference between, as an example, let's say your goal was 10,000 weekly
Right.
viewers on a 3-hour live stream.
Right.
Right?
Right.
No matter how you pizzazz that up, it's not the same thing as can we get a video to 1 million views.
Right.
And so if you're looking for recurring engagement, you can spike the ball sometimes with a Netrunner video.
Mm-hmm.
Week to week to week to week to week, that's not really possible, especially in a 3-hour content form.
Right.
So that's very different.
3 hours is generous. It's a 4-hour content.
Yeah, I mean, at least 3 hour. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so hard you could even corrupt or break that algorithm. Like, we can only tell people to smash the like button so much, etc. But if people come back week to week and actually watch or catch up the next night, 2 nights, 3 nights later, a 3, 4, 5 hour stream, there's no. You can get a 30-second video to 1 billion views just by it being hit the algorithm correctly or being titled right and having the right whatever's going on, or you become a meme, like, or whatever it is. But if the intent is let's actually have genuine, real conversations and something real going on, and actually engage with people as they're watching this live, that's just a different.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I think that there is the 5,000 goal is a good one, because it's not too many, not too few, right? We can still engage with people without hitting that sort of. I mean, the thing is, there's got to be a name for this, because someone told it to me, a professor told it to me in college, and it's been true ever since. But as stuff enters the mainstream, it just gets worse. It gets watered down.
Well, that's what I was saying
Watered down is
earlier
the right way
about
to think about
I've found that when sometimes people just really hate something, but most of the time, like there's this curve of as hate goes up, love from other people goes up.
Right.
And the more you water it down, the more general it gets. It's that same effect.
The
which is
inoffensive product.
Yeah, it's like creating a song that everyone in the world would enjoy. You have, like, heavy metal music is not going to be that.
Right.
Like under almost any circumstance.
Yeah. All right.
So,
You can
anyways,
get a little
there's a thread there for sure.
Yeah.
You want a little bit, you said?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll agree.
What if the title of this was "Shut Up and Sit Down" has too much power? It gets way more views.
Okay, why don't we do cage fight : Shut up and sit down.
Versus "Shut Up and Sit Down" versus Kevin. Is that good?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Is that going to give you a little bit more?
Oh, sure. I mean, then we could switch the title to "How Disney's Stacking the Deck in Their Favor for Star Wars Reviews."
Or like Quinn's is compromised. I'm telling you. I mean, there are ways to do it. That's the thing. It's not hard to think about how to spike the ball. But yeah. What are you here to do? Let's run the news.
Definitely not trash on Quinn.
Arkham. Wait, no. Ashes. Wait, what do we start with?
Whatever's on the list. Do you have the list?
I'll get it. Yeah. Since you.
Yeah, Zach lost all his technology.
I'm experimenting with my life. No computers, no phones. How long can he survive?
Not a bad deal.
Okay. What am I doing? See, I was talking to Jonathan about this earlier. The problem with so much of your world being on your phone, you go to do something, and then there's all the notifications, and then it's like, oh, you got a text from a person, you make sure that's not an emergency or something important, and then you read that, and then you got to respond to it, and then you're thinking about something, and then you're like, why am I here?
Why am I on my phone?
And then you put your phone, and you're like, oh, wait, I need to get my phone up to do something. And then I do it, and then it's like, I calendar, and then it's like, oh, no, and then pretty soon it's an hour later.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden you're retiring.
You're on your deathbed, and you're like, where did the time go?
What did I do?
I just think we're going in the wrong directions.
Dude,
just completely the wrong direction.
I just have almost all notifications off.
Everything about the way we're running society is almost wrong. Almost everything.
How much of that are you choosing, though?
Well, it's just like, imagine that everything's getting worse, and we're like, more of that. Every meaningful not every, that's never true, but general happiness, fulfillment, satisfaction, community.
I've honestly had a great day so far without any of my technology.
What? Get it.
And Andre sent Zach no phone, then who did I get a text from notifying me about
Did
the
you
stream?
see what I did there? Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I got him back.
I seriously am having trouble remembering. That's not it. That's
News.
It's stupid. I mean, this is crazy.
I actually do have my phone.
This is not the best way to live.
I don't have my laptop or my iPad.
This is not the best way to live.
There are things you can do without those things, but there's a lot of work that is more productive when you have them.
What's the thing called? Showrunner or something, John?
Luciola, thank you for not using extreme titles for your videos. I love the calm videos.
Let's take a deep breath together.
Do the kid all the time. Just do Monday Live. Monday Live at 6/24/2024. It's 06-24. I'll tag in real quick.
You never realize how valuable the things you do are until people...
It's called Show Rundowns, Jonathan.
That sounds very professional.
That's the section. Who did that? He's like, that sounds great. I did it.
What big brain did this?
All right. Discussion topic today is the power of positive reviews.
Thomas King. I didn't know Stephen was a 90-year-old man.
And getting 91 quickly.
Yeah, about to have a child.
I'm serious.
You
can put this in your crystallization.
Desmond Hassing, please crystallize my identity for me. Speaking as an educator, I do have to say that the smartphone has been a wonderful tool for my generation, but it is leading to younger generations lacking basic know-how that is important. Now, to be fair to all of the kids, every older person has said that from the beginning of time.
Soccer, written down since Socrates.
I will say.
But this time, I think it's true.
Have you guys had this conversation? So we're about to have a child, and I don't know what the age is yet, but I don't think our kid is going to have like a cell phone or an iPad or anything until...
Smartphone at 16.
Very late.
Not during puberty. Smartphone at 16, basic brick phone whenever you want to 13. Not worry about them dying or whatever. Yeah. But like, there's been thousands of years of people not having immediate access to their parents at all times. And some would say it might be important.
There is an element of being able to be included in the social experience.
Right.
Not social media, but the actual, like, if all of your friends are doing this thing and you don't have this thing, you can't, I remember I went through this because I got a cell phone late.
Yeah.
Like, I was a year or two into college. Everyone else at college is like texting each other. It's like, I'm not texting anybody.
Yeah.
So there's a little
it's huge
nervousness to that.
Problematic. But here's what you do. Imagine that the smartphone is heroin. And your kid is saying...
Oh, it totally is.
And your child is saying, man, all my friends are doing heroin. I want to... And it's like, okay, no. And then that's easier.
I just remember...
That makes it easier.
When I was in any age of school, if I had brought a Game Boy, immediately would have been like, no, you can't have that.
Right, obviously, right?
And it's like, this is a Game Boy, and So I mean, and like a TV. Like I'm carrying a TV. If I walked into class with a TV and just like put it on my desk and I could watch it,
DVD
no
player.
chance, not a chance. It would have been out of there, anyways.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. No, the kids don't need to be able to do heroin, and if they're all doing it, that doesn't make it better.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
But it
shut
sure
it
is.
down.
It sure is quieter in their house when they can do heroin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I'd maybe, and I'm sure that changes as you come of age and figure it out and all of that. But I don't know. I'll go pretty. You can tell that I will be pretty extreme about that.
Yeah, I think we both will, actually.
I mean,
even just the amount of annoyance I'm willing to have from like a 7-year-old being upset. But I'm in a very fortunate position, kind of. We're only planning on one kid. So I know with people that have 2, 3, 4 kids, like it is a lot harder to manage that train. When you have a baby, but you also have a 4-year-old you're dealing with. And it's like, I just need the 4-year-old to like
chill. Yeah, I don't think not watching media and stuff is in the cards, but the idea of engaging with a device that you have so much.
I'm just totally derailing this entire thing. How do you stack that up against like I had a Game Boy as a kid?
Dude, Game Boy's fine, man. You don't express your identity on a Game Boy.
So social media is a problem.
Yeah, it's an absolute problem. Are you crazy? Yes.
But a smartphone that had like YouTube or like video games on it.
Nah, see, YouTube is too much.
Video games.
Video games require your input. You're not a passive observer.
So if they had a smartphone, they can't download apps without you. And the only apps they have on are games. And they can text.
Nah, dumb phone. And if you want games, get a device for games.
Get a Game Boy.
Yeah.
Sean also speaking truth here. This is a problem we find.
Sean, Soshan? Okay, what's the name there? It's covered up for me. Sean?
I just see Sean.
It's just Sean. S-E-A.
Just Sean, okay. The problem is the kids see their parents on their phones all the time and amplifies the "you're a hypocrite" trope big time, 100%. There's a 1-year-old in my life that is grabbing phones and doing this because whenever they look
see everyone else
around,
doing it, yeah.
the parents are like this.
The thing about that, though, of course, once a kid's old enough to reason with, is
what, 25?
no,
Maybe?
like 3 or 4, 5. It's like, yeah, I am on the phone, and I can be on a phone and computer all day long, but my brain's done developing.
Yeah, well,
like
speak for yourself.
You into your early 20s, your brain's still developing.
Yeah.
So yeah, you give a 13-year-old that, and it's gonna have an impact on your
tremendous impact.
function. Anyways.
Same with all the fun drugs. You can do those once your brain's developed, but before that, it really messes them up.
Yeah.
That explains a lot.
News. alphaclash. Let's talk about alphaclash.
We got there.
Listen, we're playing alphaclash today, and I can't wait. I can play a little sealed there.
I'm excited.
It's the kind of game
alphaclash.
I can just jump right into.
This past weekend had their, I don't even have the notes, but I know this past weekend had their second ClashCon event. This is Columbus, Ohio. Origins Game Fair. And finals was a Wolfpack on Wolfpack scenario.
There were 2 wolves.
Hamilton and who?
Ian Schaefer.
Ian.
And they were running, I think, card for card the same deck.
I love Ian. I'm so glad he's finding success.
Yeah, me too. Matt Coles got knocked out by Hamilton in the top 8, I think.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, that's just bound to happen.
Was Ryan involved? Was Roper in there?
Ryan was top 16. I saw his name.
Yeah, way to go, Ryan.
I was sad I wasn't there. My wife is a little over 8 months pregnant, so trips right now are not in the cards. But really cool to see. They had big rules changes. Set 3 came out. Tons of different heroes or / contenders in the top 16, top 8. Even the top 4 was 3 different contenders. The 2 that were the same were Ian and Hamilton running the exact same deck. So yeah, big weekend for them at Origins. They announced it a little late. The actual particulars and
Hey,
details.
Fab did that for like 8 years.
It reminds me of that.
Yeah.
Like they're starting to get ahead of that curve, but it takes so much to run all those big events and all these. And particularly, we know what it's like to involve third parties and things. When you're hosting this big event at another event like an Origins, it takes so much to get all of that properly lined out. It's crazy.
Yeah, you're right on.
What else is on the card?
They're looking to expand their playtesting team.
Oh, really?
So if you're interested, there are more details in an application on their Discord. You can find it there. This is the game, I will say, this is the game. Oh, that lamp's not there anymore, Jonathan, too. What? There was a ghost in here.
There was a ghost.
This is this is the game that of all the games that not all the games, no, this is not true. We believed in the publisher enough to assume that the product and the experience was going to get better over time. Because Set 1 alphaclash was good, but it was not as good as like an Earthborne.
Sure.
But it has gotten to Set 3 alphaclash, which I believe is now among the TCGs that are crushing it, like doing a great job with the model and with the cards and with the design.
Yeah, well, they did a few things. Like the art got a lot better.
Exactly.
And
You had
more
to
consistent.
believe that they would get there.
The second thing was they kind of pulled a fab where they had, here's the game, let's scale it back a couple notches and introduce mechanics like the portal or the way they're doing certain things now in set 3, hero attachments, et cetera, that they roll out over time. So it's a very different sort of experience. And even just like, you know, you're publishing your first card game ever. There's a ton to learn just about how that's going to go. But set 3, even from a limited perspective, is like very good. The other part is, and I think we've said this from the beginning about alphaclash generally, is like the way I've described it to people, I don't know if I've said this on camera, is it's like Magic is in the Magic lane.
That's like one of those games that you can pick up and kind of immediately know.
Except for you fix the resource problem, you remove summoning sickness, so the games are just a lot faster and the boards to get less out of control, and you set it inside of an indie superhero universe.
Yeah.
That is this game. And one of the things that was most appealing to me about Rising Empire was their idea or their goal was, let's create a game that people that are new to tabletop, coming from the comic book world, the indie world, would find appealing, but also people that play these expandable games will be familiar with and enjoy, and they can also enjoy it. But that Venn diagram is not often where someone, that was one of the questions I wanted to bring up earlier in the influencer piece, is like, I think when you're making something, understanding who you're making it for is actually really helpful.
Can be.
I think, yeah, it's a fine line, but it's just when you start understanding, like, I've seen games that try to be everything for everyone instead of saying this is the experience we want to make and this is at least conceptually who we think would enjoy it. Is really a helpful. I talk with publishers all the time. It's like sometimes it's like, this is great for these people. This is great for these people. This is great for these people. This is great for these people.
A little watered down, yeah.
And it's like that. It can't possibly be great for all those people, and you can't communicate that from a marketing standpoint.
Marketing that is impossible. And that's my point on that is like, I think you would be surprised who likes the thing that you're wanting to do. So a lot of times it's like what we thought our audience was 10 years ago is probably a lot different than what we discovered it was over time by us doing the kind of content and things that we wanted to do. Like, we want to do this chill out, don't scream at people content. And like, it didn't come from I think that we're going to target this audience with this kind of content. It came from like, we're so over this way of doing it. We're just going to do it this way, and hopefully there's people that will dig it. And now we can say, okay, that was true. There is an audience here. Now we can actually be more specific in targeting things to that audience, and it becomes a better part of our like conversation. But it's almost like the chronology of that is like, I think you do the thing you want to do, see who's responding, and then try to understand who's responding, and then maybe that gives you a better appreciation of how you can adapt what you are doing to better fit kind of between the two. And that's what we're hoping to do. We got a new video editor coming online next week.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Really? Right. What is it? June something?
June 24th. Yeah.
It's only the 24th of June.
Yeah. Next Monday.
Time is moving so slow right now.
Well, good for you, because once the baby hits, time is going to not exist.
Well, dude, I got to tell you, I've been training my body to not sleep.
Really?
The downside of that is I'm going to get like Alzheimer's or dementia. But the upside of it is that I will be ready for the baby. Okay?
So your theory is go to war exhausted and tired, so that when you're more exhausted and tired, you won't feel it.
Yeah, my theory is that I should train for the battle the way that it's going to actually be, not the way that I want it to be.
Yeah. Well, Godspeed. Danny Goodnight showed up late, but I'm happy to. Why did I fail at reading? Happy I got to catch a comedy stream on my birthday. Cheers to you guys. Love tuning in. Happy birthday.
I will bet Danny is 37 years old.
In the middle of Miami.
Danny, how old are you? How many moon cycles have passed the sun?
I really wanted to make, I just decided, I opted out, but it was one of those jokes that I was going to find very funny and I knew that the world wouldn't. But I was gonna say,
Ah, yes, an unfunny joke.
Just like already laughing at it. It's like I was gonna wish a good day to Danny Goodnight, and for whatever reason, that really tickled me. But I had to actually just tell the story.
I told you. This is what understanding your audience is about.
But I think that's it's different.
Nailed it, Danny.
Regardless of age and demographics and stuff, it's just like understanding, as an example with our streams, if what you're wanting is like a 5-minute review of Earthborne, this is not it.
Yeah.
And this is for people that want to hang out, chill, and take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Right.
And most of those people are in their late 30s.
Yeah. So as an example.
And their late 80s.
With alphaclash, it's like if you're new to card games, if you're new to expandable games, or if you just want a fun game that's not going to be super taxing and super heavy, that is indie superhero themed, you're going to have all these different crazy abilities and superpowers, this is it.
Mm-hmm. And you can buy it on our website.
You can.
There you go. Hey,
there you go. We did it.
We found it.
got some dollars.
This video is sponsored by no one. All right. What's up?
Sponsored by us. We're selling that bad boy. And you can also get a subscription to get the boxes. If you don't know that by now, just
we have failed.
Ask us.
And if you don't know that by now, just go ahead and smash that like button.
nothing for Arkham. Nothing new for Ashes. Although I have a little bird in my email about the next product.
There's a lot of birds in that world. I don't think Ashes players are ready. I said something a couple months ago, right before, like, we just got an email saying, hey, we're going to announce that the next product's coming out this time. And on stream, I was like, oh, there's some big news coming for Ashes. And people really read into that. Mm. And the way I said it made them think it was not the announcement of the next thing coming, but like something else happening.
Yeah. But it is that.
But I wasn't referencing the thing that is in the future coming. But there are some big things happening for Ashes, which I'm excited about. So someday soon, we'll not tease you and we'll just give you the real meat.
I love it. I love the announcement of the announcement. The pre-announcement announcement. That's a beautiful thing about our culture.
There's things brewing.
There is. Yeah, they're brewing. Earthborne. Let's talk about Earthborne. Weekly Ranger report. Let's do the report.
All right, gotta get the circle.
Where's the weather?
And then
Are there clouds? Is it sunny?
I played day 6 of my Earthborne campaign this weekend.
What'd you think? Still good?
Chef's kiss. I finally drew Oru in my opening hand. Every other session, it's last 5 cards of the deck, both copies for some reason.
No way.
Yeah, just no
it's
dogs.
A strong card.
It's very good.
I got to tell you, we're in a downpour for the Weekly Ranger report. Since the winds have died down, we've had constant rain, which has the silver fin swelling. Everyone should be careful on or near the water, as the wildlife will likely be finding higher ground. The Ranger draws 1 additional path card while traveling on a lakefront or river terrain. Fantastic, beautiful art there as well. And then we have the downpour weather card.
That's just the standard downpour.
That is,
right?
yeah. During setup,
that's what we're living in the rain right now.
Instead of the current.
What where are you guys on your campaign? What day?
You know what day we're on? We have to start playing that. 6.
It was 6 the last one we played on stream. 6. He's caught up with us.
You've caught up. Congratulations. There's so much game there.
Are you guys dealing with
unbelievable
beacons of any nature?
No.
I don't. Honestly,
no,
I don't know.
We wander a lot.
Oh wait, it's still flooding. You guys
have we saved the flood.
We saved 2 of the 3. Because we were in literally the worst place.
Which one did you not save?
I don't remember. It's written in the thing.
Repercussions.
We often though, like, people will be like, "Hey, do you want to?" And we're like, "Actually, no. We want to go south for whatever reason. We're just like explorers."
One thing
we're not very good rangers.
Again, I'm only 6 days in, but one thing I've felt is that all the cards you can earn to put in your deck come from the side quest and not the main quest, like the main storyline.
Yeah.
Which is cool, and also we keep like doing the main thing, and then we get done. It's like, all right, no more cards to play with.
Yeah. But that's how all this stuff works.
Yeah. You guys have you figured out boating?
Not yet.
Yeah,
not yet. We're waiting.
Someone in the Discord was like, "Oh, but you haven't gotten the boat yet." And I was like, "You can get a boat?"
Yeah.
Some people make it all the way through without ever finding the boat.
Yeah.
I keep a notebook of like things of interest. Like so and so wants to go here, or so and so wants, and we definitely found something that makes me think this is where the boat
related. Yeah, I love that. We should be doing that, Jonathan. We just think we'll remember every time, and we never do.
Yeah. No way.
Real quick, before I get to this comment from Riley Carter, which I have to answer, we have Earthborne Wave 2 pre-orders on our website. We launched those last week. That's really important for us and for Andrew and for all of you, hopefully.
Well, it's like double important.
Yeah, so we got the. So basically, they ran the Game Found, and then they went to the post Game Found secret store, and then they closed
late pledges.
They closed the late pledges. And then the next day, that's when we opened our pre-order. So now you can pre-order Earthborne Wave 2. It's all the same products aside from a couple of the exclusives on the Game Found. All the way up until close to release, which is supposed to be like quarter 4 of this year.
I think that's the last estimate, yeah.
So at that time, they'll start fulfilling the Game Found. We will at some point in there start fulfilling our pre-orders. And then after all of that has been fulfilled, we will have those products in stock on the website until they're gone. Or maybe forever if they're never gone. I don't. The print runs decide that. But they will eventually run out, right? They won't be here for 1,000 years. In fact, they would break down before then. They would probably
dissipate.
Disappearing because they're biodegradable.
Yeah, and it's doubly important because it was the launch of our overhauled pre-order system.
Yeah, which nobody knows about yet.
Which old Lair Dog had been working on for a while. I never thought this would be something I was like amped about, but I am.
Yeah.
So if you've ever pre-ordered with us, last year we had kind of our first extensive pre-orders with Sorcery. Yeah. We had the early pre-orders with lightning bolts, and then we had the regular pre-orders with the
surprise
headless
haunt. Yeah.
And then at some point in the early pre-order phase, we added the ability to do pre-cons. Mm-hmm. And if you'd already pre-ordered and you ordered, you could ask and we'd merge them and save on shipping and all that stuff. But that's neither here nor there. Now the new pre-order system, even if you don't play Earthborne, could impact you because we're going to be launching other pre-orders soon. And it's just so many quality of life things. Like when you have a pre-order, you can go to your account and you can cancel it on your own if you want to cancel, or you can edit the address if you want to edit. You can also order more things and it'll automatically detect that you have a pre-order, and then it'll merge those things together. It'll also save you on shipping. So if you paid $12 shipping the first time, now you're adding these two things. Maybe shipping should altogether have been $15. It'll have you pay $3 difference to sync it up.
Calculates the difference. Boom.
Single pre-order, and that's just. There's so many little things like that. There's also a pre-order section on your account on the back end, which kind of differentiates between pre-orders and then things that are actually processing. And then once we get to fulfillment, once it bumps over from pre-order to standard, now it's in fulfillment.
Now it's a standard order.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful system, man. I shared the FAQ. I shared that with you today. Did you see that yet?
You what?
I shared the FAQ with you today.
I saw a post about it, but I only have a phone, so I just looked at it.
Who needs it?
I'll look at it on a computer later.
So we'll add that to the FAQ. We'll break out into the pre-order section, and there's some things there.
Yeah.
But yeah, long story short, you place a pre-order, and it just lives in pre-order status. As long as it's there, you can change the address. You can cancel it. You can add items to it. And then once we go into fulfillment, it's kind of like a subscription, right? So 1 to 5 weeks before, we'll flip those into standard orders. At which point they're essentially locked, and then we'll fulfill them. So it's like we're starting to merge all these streams, and it's like, oh man, like dude, the simplicity is gonna arise from this, Zach. There's gonna be like a single pipeline for all of this stuff.
Yeah, I was talking with Ops about that this morning, which I'll talk to you about tomorrow. But another piece of this is those are all tangible front end benefits, but on the back end as well, the cleanliness on our side of the data and the way it's structured is going to make the fulfillment part so much faster and more accurate. So that you don't have kind of trailing orders or mistakes that are made, because it gets complicated when you had 2 of this box and 2 of this box and 2, and then we merge these 3 together. The systems were not necessarily built for that, but it should just make everything top to bottom better for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. Moving on to Flesh and Blood. Wait, I got that Earthborne comment. That needs to be
little Flesh and Blood juke.
Yeah, Barry Sanders it.
Hold on.
Something about, quick tutorial on how this aspect of EBR works. Does the weekly ranger report affect weather for whatever campaign day one is on? Is it optional weather after you've completed the campaign? So it is an optional thing that you can add to your campaign. You can either use it all the time during any part of the campaign, or primarily I think this is people who want to play after the campaign is finished and they're just kind of messing around doing side quests. They can use this to kind of make the game more interesting, more exciting, etc. I would say, particularly if you're on your second run through the campaign, so like you roll up to new rangers and it's like, this campaign we're going to play the weekly ranger report. We're going to get together every week and then we're going to play based on the weekly ranger report, or we're just going to be like, we'll get together once a month and whatever the ranger report is on that time we get together, we're just going to use that weather.
Because like,
cool.
I don't know about the rest of the campaign, but at least when the flood, the first thing that happens is a flood, kind of needs to be raining.
Yeah.
Just for the story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or maybe, I don't know. Flash floods happen upstream sometimes. It's not raining where you are, but it is flooding where you are.
Man, that rain is brutal.
Yeah, you got to watch out. Those counters will stack up. Flesh and Blood. Listen here, man. They're doing it.
Rosetta. Have we talked about Rosetta
Well,
yet?
I got all the cards.
they finally figured it all out, man. Starter products.
Print the rune blades. Oh. Yeah,
Well,
starters,
pre-constructed decks that are actually pre-constructed decks. They're armory decks. And then they have these new First Strike decks. 2 ready-to-play Blitz decks featuring 2 new heroes that are designed explicitly to teach the basics of the game, which was needed. I'll say that honestly, because all of the Blitz decks that we played, even out of heavy hitters, I would not feel comfortable introducing anybody who's not a diehard TCG player to.
Yeah.
Very heavy.
I'm curious how extensive these are, or they're just like old school Blitz decks.
Yeah, let me see. Aurora. Okay, so what is Aurora? Are they renaming Blitz decks? Wait, maybe I'm wrong about this, because it says instant on it, which already is like, that's not
So
new.
my
mechanic
reading
stuff.
of it is the First Strike deck. So there's basically this elemental rune blade, lightning rune blade.
Mhm.
Then there's an earth guardian. And to me, it just feels like independently released Blitz decks.
So you think it's just a naming thing?
So here's what they say. I put a little blurb, but there's more.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Oh man, the guy looks awesome.
I like that they're doing single elements on these heroes.
God, I love that Arya border.
Elemental, man. It's
Where's water?
the cat's pajamas.
Where's the water?
Ice. You're not getting water. We don't have fire. Like,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it says designed to teach new players the basics.
But maybe that's what Blitz decks
I think
were
Blitz
always
decks have always
marketed
said
as.
that. Yeah.
Maybe it's because they have the armory decks, and so they now have First Strike decks. Because maybe they think that on the marketing side, Blitz deck is just boring.
Let me spin you a tale real quick. Okay. So they've released one armory deck KO. They're releasing an Azalea deck.
And a third one they just announced.
The armory decks, there's a lot of hubbub about this. Because
No,
it's like
tell me more. I love it. Drama.
it's local, supposed to be local stores only, and there's a limited amount each store gets. And so inside the KO deck, there is like pretty critical brute armor. So I logically understand it, but it's a confusing play because the idea of this is a constructed playable deck right out of the box. You buy this $15-$20, you're in. Absolutely should exist. If you have an expandable game and you don't have that SKU, do.
Look at that sorcery precon box.
Yeah, it's perfect. So have that SKU. However, there's a cards exclusive to this thing. Stores are limited on how many they're going to get. So there was a lot of hubbub around like, what's the point of this deck? And like all these people, all these players feel compelled to buy it, and people are concerned it ended up being okay in terms of like there was enough seemingly that people got them.
It's just always a dance with the devil there, isn't it?
But in my mind, it's like the armory decks feel like they should be pre-built playable decks with almost no new cards. Like this is not, again, who's this for? Not for current players. But they put the spice in there, and it's like, well, this is a SKU that we're going to get 10,000 current players to buy if they want to play Brute because you got to have this card. And then you just sell it and print it, and you make money, and then the leftovers are what new players have available to buy and do their thing. However, so that's one. Then you have...
I feel like that is inevitable. There's always this I call it the dance with the devil. It's always this thing, right? Where the product sheet starts with new players can get the deck and they can pick it up and they can play it and they get all the staples that are
how do we make money doing it?
But then the next thing that happens is somebody in the chain gets involved and says, well, what if we just put cards in there that current players need too, and we would increase the sales by 20 times?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, then it's different.
That's an old X-Wing ship problem.
X-Wing ships do it. Everybody does it, man.
We'll pin that for a second.
Okay, I'll pin it.
So you have that. Now you have the First Strike deck, which they're going to be at Gen Con this year for the first time.
Good.
Fab. And that's where these First Strike decks are going to be available early. And so I think it's literally, we're going to have this big booth, we're going to demo this game, and we have these two, let's say $10 SKUs, Blitz decks that you can play. There's a lightning hero and an earth hero.
Can you pull up Aurora, Jonathan, real quick?
Yep.
And so in my mind, one of the things from James, the founder of Legend Story, did an interview with a New Zealand news outlet last year. And one of the things he said, which is probably a topic unto itself, was I think it's this year or next year, 11 out of 12 months of the year, the 1 month not included here is December, there's going to be something releasing for Fab.
Got it.
So you have 3 booster box sets, and then you have Armory decks, First Strike products, etc. So in my mind,
They're coming to the roof.
because they also did in Misfail, they did the Blitz collection that we used.
Yeah.
Which was a playmat and some booster packs and some decks. And they're doing that again for Rosetta, which is like the set of Blitz decks, 1 of each, with a playmat and some booster packs, etc. The First Strike decks, so like in the heroes they've shown in the set, there's not a Lightning Elemental Runeblade. There's also no Guardians at all. So we're getting an Earth Guardian, which makes all the Elemental Guardian stuff playable. But it's not even in the Rosetta set. They're just releasing these First Strike decks at some other point loosely around it. So it gives them in my mind, a product type to release that is divorced from the booster boxes necessarily.
But you can still play them in Blitz legally.
It's like the Armory deck's KO deck. There's armor pieces in there that are...
But like you can play Aurora in a Blitz calling, right?
For sure. Yeah, it's just that formally it was booster boxes come out and there's Blitz decks that come out next to it.
With the heroes in the booster box.
First Strike to me is Blitz decks that you're releasing independent of a set.
Okay.
So like this is coming out, I think, proper in August, and Rosetta doesn't come out till September. And then
so more of this will happen on the months that there's not
the
booster
Armory
boxes.
deck is coming out in October, so that you have a First Strike deck in this month, you have a booster box in this month with Blitz decks, and then you have an Armory deck in this month, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, they got word from all the Magic players that they loved that.
Yeah, they just love incessant number of SKUs.
I mean, you don't have to buy them, and I guess until you do. Do we have to buy these for any reason if we're playing?
I don't know if these heroes are exclusive to this deck. I don't know if adult versions come in this deck.
Hold on, let me look it up.
I don't think it's public.
It's not. You're right. I looked at it this morning.
We don't know, but it's sort of like you don't have to buy the KO Armory deck unless you want that piece of armor. But the other part of that is what's happening with Fab at this point, and what I've seen is people are kind of doubling or tripling down on being specialists.
Yeah. Class specialist.
And I think that was
Or
just
hero specialist.
even I, for a long time, had collected everything. But at a certain point, you're just like, I'm literally never playing the Wizards. It's never. And so I'm going to go ahead and just stop. Like Bright Lights came out. And it's like, I've never liked the Mechanologist class.
Stuff. Yeah.
That was the one that really broke me.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what am I don't even want to open this. Like, besides drafting and draft practice, it was like, I don't want these cards. Whereas this is Elemental and it's Runeblade and it's Guardian, so this would be my number would be getting called here.
Nathaniel says that Aurora will be in First Strike and in Rosetta, so she'll have 2 decks:
Really?
a Blitz deck and an Army. No, a Blitz deck and then a new Blitz deck, a second Blitz deck. That's
or will she just be like in the limited pool in the booster?
Maybe
pack?
just in the limited pool. But I will say, as far as like a First Strike deck, okay, that instant ability on Aurora is not. It's not new player material in my mind.
Can you pop the comment down? I just want to see the card. Once per instant, pay 2, create an embodiment of lightning. Activate this only if you played a lightning card this turn. That's not horrible.
Zach?
First Strike decks also could be like...
What does it mean to play an
maybe
action card?
Maybe there's no armor. Maybe there's... All the cards are a lot simpler. And it's like... You know, most of your cards are just like, 3 for 6, that's blank. And a 0 for 4, that's blank. Or like, that kind of thing.
I just think that the instant timing in Fab is the most complex thing in the entire game.
But we've
so
seen
why are we
this.
putting it in First Strike?
We've seen this. Bright Lights, the pick it, pack it, rip it, ship it. I forget what it's
Daft
called.
Punk model?
Yeah, whatever that format was. It's like, I remember we did that. We opened our 3 packs and it was just like, can you imagine this is your first Fab experience? Like, this is terrifying. So they're trying to simplify it. But again, this is coming back to... I think one of the things that's going on with Fab, and referenced that James White interview, and he talked about some pretty lofty goals for Fab, and the problem is that they got to where they're at now, very focused on being the greatest competitive game in the market, the best competitive game. It's really hard to do that and also appeal to the masses.
Yeah,
because my theory is that if I'm being generous, 5% of tabletop card players are competitive people, like want the grindy competitive play at the big event stuff. It's why you see a 500 person nationals, which is successful, but there's tens of thousands of players in the US. It's like there's only so many people that actually have the time, bandwidth, and or interest for that thing. So the question for them is, can they actually achieve that somehow? And I think it's like the Armory Dex is a good attempt. You want the entry points to be easy, but it is so hard. It reminds me of Game of Thrones 1.0, where it's like, do you want to lose for 6 months or more?
But like, all that I'm saying is, I mean, Ira's ability was your second attack is +1.
Yeah.
That is different than pay to at an instant speed whenever you want to make an embodiment of lightning token that then has a trigger on it that makes the next thing you attack with has go again.
Can you pull up the Green Guardian?
That's just...
He has a similar thing to make might tokens.
At the beginning of each end phase, if there's an earth card in your pitch zone, you may pay 1. If you do, create a might token.
That's better because it's not instant.
It's better. But again, we're creating tokens. We're having to pay attention to the framework, etc. Might's great. Start of your turn, destroy, get +1.
But, you know, the reality...
Maybe they're trying to get them into hey, this is a serious freaking game.
I was going to say, the reality is there's only so much you can simplify Fab. And so these are not bad by any means. Like, it's not Kano. So I don't know how simple you want to actually make it.
That's true. Maybe, because that is kind of a total bamboozle. Because the game is not Ira. Yeah. It's very much like instance and timing and sequencing and all this kind of stuff.
I'm just picturing, like, if I introduced you to Star Wars TCG with like a set 1 starter deck, and then the tournament you show up for is like 10 sets deep, and it's like, what's a mission and what's an agenda? And like,
I don't know, but that's a little onboarding, right? I don't know that I would get into the heavy part of it without having the set 1.
It just depends on how far you want to go with that. But
I'd like to see what's in them.
What I will say is, I will never be upset with the publisher attempting to create easy entry points to a game.
Yeah.
In the maximum volume possible. Like,
they finally got the Armory decks.
Yeah.
A CC deck that is actually a CC deck. Great. Love it. Great.
Okay, this is what they say. This is what I was looking for. First Strike is a fantastic stepping stone into the next major Flesh and Blood set release, Rosetta.
Stepping stone into the next set.
So probably like the month before the new set comes out.
Yep, learn how to attack, defend, pitch, harness earth and lightning just in time for the grand return to Candlehold.
Okay.
That makes sense. It's like a primer for the set coming out.
For the set.
That's cool.
Okay, so what are the mechanics for the set? Embodiment of lightning and might tokens?
Yeah, I think it's just essence.
And earth in your
it's
pitch?
The fusion and earth and lightning elements.
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
That's cool. It's like
That's
blitz
fine.
decks that are training you for the upcoming set releasing, which is nice because if you play and learn that, now you're ready for pre-releases. Yeah. Now you're ready for release day weekend draft and sealed stuff. Whereas before, I've definitely seen that where it's like you show up to pre-release weekend and people that aren't really into it are like, what's this mechanic? How does this work?
So that changes the product entirely when you actually have the information. It's not about onboarding new players. It's about onboarding current players into the next set.
It's about catching people up.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah. Alex Becker saying MST, which is Mistvale, has cranked up the variance of Fab, which is good for newer players so they can still win games even versus experienced players.
Yeah. I remember when it was happening, like Monarch and Arya, there was a large... And this is the danger of designing for a group or listening to the loud voices, which is there was this reaction of like, you maybe went too far here with these sets. You need to tone it down. And then as they tone it down, people are like,
this is boring.
I don't know if this is actually what we wanted. Like, maybe we were wrong, right? So it is cool to see them kind of finding that balance in the middle.
Jim Van Fleet, my experience in the Learn to Play booth at SCG Con tells me players leave IRA experience wanting a lot more and always have questions about triggers and stacks. But honestly, if it's an onboarding product, players leaving wanting more is exactly what you're trying to do, right?
I mean, we saw that with the IRA deck back in 2020. We had it on the site for free. And there were people that bought the IRA decks and then like 2 or 3 weeks later came back to buy boxes was high.
That's the point, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, but you don't want it to be a different game.
True.
Like... I don't know where the percentometer lands, but you need it to be enough like the thing that you're not selling someone. It almost reminds me of, I always feel this way about Doomtown. It's like the marketing pitch I got versus the experience I got is so different. It was frustrating.
Baby.
Yeah.
Hey, Jonathan, you said you can pop some Rosetta cards. I want to look at one. Florian.
Florian, coming up.
Pretty cool, Zach. I don't know. Is there more digitally look to the art in this set so far?
There's definitely some characters, and this happened with Mistvale too, that are more anime looking.
Okay, is that what I'm seeing?
Well, it's also this card. I think was the smallest of the preview cards.
So it's maybe a little low quality.
Bitty, yeah.
If there are 4 or more Earth cards in your banished zone, Florian gets, if you would create 1 or more aura tokens, instead create that many plus 1 of each of those tokens. 2 embodiment of lightning, 2 embodiment of earth, 2 rune blade, rune chant tokens.
Yeah, they have an earth rune chant and a lightning rune chant. They look disgusting.
2 quicken tokens wouldn't do anything.
They make you real fast.
2 might tokens, okay. Essence of Earth, you may have Earth cards in your deck. Okay, love it.
Easy peasy.
This is the kind of hero you would play.
I 100% is. An
It's
Earth
a
Rune
shame that
Blade.
you're not a competitive player anymore.
We died.
Germinate. Blue, block 3. Run it. Florian specialization. Create a rune chant or embodiment of Earth token. Repeat X more times. Gain X plus 1. Is it a double X on the cost, Jonathan?
It probably is. It's impossible
It
to do.
has to be a double X, right?
Also, look at this art.
So pay 2, create 1.
Yeah, it costs double X.
Yeah.
Dude.
That card's great.
That
For a
card is-
blue?
yeah, it's his specialization,
Oh,
though.
get out of here. Get out of here.
But yes, and it's an Earth 3 block blue.
Earth pitch. Yeah.
Like, if this had been
That's great art.
an Earth card you could play, it could be blank, and I would have played that in Briar. It's Earth block 3
that's
blue.
The story. Yeah, Fab gets down to the numbers often, doesn't it? Verdant. We just have the art. We don't have the.
Yeah, check this out.
I like verdant things. Okay.
This is the Marvel version of the hero.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Elemental Wizard. Oh, hello.
They will be revealing her card text in Amsterdam.
Okay.
At the PT.
Sick. Whoa, man. How about Heartbeat of Candlehold? The
You don't even want to see
specialization. Okay. That is very, very Arya, isn't it? Gain 1 life, gain 1 life, gain 1 life, go again. Uh-oh.
You know exactly what it's going to be. It's an
Watch
Earth
out.
Wizard action, 3 block blue. Great, majestic, cool. But there's definitely going to be every time you gain life, do X.
Things happen.
And it's like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's why it's not just gain 3 life.
I also particularly like that it's the heartbeat of Candlehold, and it kind of looks like the way they worded it makes
boom,
you,
boom.
Yeah, like pump. Yeah.
I'm sure there's someone out there in the
That's
design
really cool.
team that's like,
really
someone
cool.
noticed.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Beautiful art.
Let's do Channel the Millennium Tree and then maybe
This,
move on.
this set would have been so budgetarily problematic for me.
Well, you saved yourself some money, didn't you?
I love
Can you read
trees.
that? I can read it for you.
Channel the Millennium Tree? I
got
can't read
it.
the cost.
When it enters the... yeah, we got a crosshairs on the cost. Go again. 3 red. Okay, 3 black. When it enters the arena at the beginning of your action phase, what does it say? Pump 3?
Amp 3.
Amp 3. And then channel Earth at the beginning of your end phase. Put a flow counter on it, and then if you haven't done it, it goes away. So it's like all the
non-heroic,
channels.
Yeah.
What does Amp 3 do?
I don't know.
Well, Amp...
It's 3 costs, by the way.
It's 3 cost. Amp. What do you think Amp does?
It better be very good.
Amp 3. Does that mean gain 3 resources?
I'm gonna guess it's your next attack is +3.
Amplify is what it stands for.
If I had to guess,
Okay.
but I could be wrong.
I mean, no, it's unheard of.
It needs to be. This to me feels like a balanced version of Channel Mount Heroic, because Mount Heroic was 3, and then all your attacks are +3 as long as it's in play.
Bumps your first instance of arcane damage.
Okay, Amp is plus for Arcane.
Yeah. Wow, that's so. Don't let that stay out. Although you can't do anything about it, really.
It's a toned down Arcane version of Mount Heroic.
It's just Mount Heroic.
Yeah, it's a tree, the
And
giant tree
hold
version.
on, scroll that down. Is it the first?
Yeah.
At the beginning of your action phase, Amp 3. So it's just your next one every time. You can't do like 5 spells all at +3, like Heroic.
Channel
Thank you.
Heroic. Yeah, one of the greatest cards in baseball.
Okay, cool. All right,
You
well,
see the other hero art?
hit me.
So let me scroll it.
Acilio.
That's right. Here we go.
It's like an Archon.
There's a in the art down here. There's a little character, and people are speculating this is kind of like a Wizard of Oz situation.
Okay.
But you know,
Reminds me of the
speculation.
Archons from StarCraft.
Them doing Marvel versions of the heroes in the set, it is crazy they weren't doing that all along.
Yeah.
Like it's such a good decision.
Once it hits, then you're like, oh, wait. Let's look at the green and blue rune chants.
It's always obvious in hindsight.
And like this kind of stuff, like the alt art, like rune chant tokens. Just give me just things to collect.
Like I said,
Yeah, it would have been a problem for you.
yeah, still might. You never know.
All right, let's go to Marvel Champions. Nothing new. Let's go on to,
There's a Jubilee pack coming out.
we're processing it soon. We'll go to Sorcery. ArisQRS released a thank you video for RA and his team for all the hard work they put in to make the Sorcery Social Cup, Courtesan Cup happen.
Simon looking great as always.
Sorcery Social Club put on the Courtesan Cup, which involved like 1 billion people running pre-qualifying tournaments, which all culminated in the Courtesan Cup event.
Biggest sorcery event to date.
Biggest sorcery event to date. How many people?
120, 130 people, I think.
130.
120, 130.
Wow.
Somewhere there. Oh, there were artists there. They were revealing art. I will say, sorcery is like the opposite of what is currently happening at Fab, which is they're sticking to the once a year thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I adore it.
I'm loving it, dude.
It may not be the right financial choice, but I adore the decision and like all the art coming out for Arthurian Legends. Like it's just a slow build.
This is awesome. It's
and
paintings,
like
it's real art.
I'm very
It's traditional
excited.
art.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
really crazy to think about.
That Power of Flight card is so good. Just look at it. Hey, do you have it?
Just
Can you
look
pop
at it.
Can you pop Power of Flight?
You love to see it.
I love fantasy.
You got anything else for me?
Yes.
Can we just admire the art? That's beautiful.
We've got plenty. You've got the weird one. That Sir Gawain is the weirdest card in all of sorcery so far.
That's from is that the guy from the Green Knight?
I don't know who Sir Yvain is.
Your
Y-V-A-I-N.
friend's a lion.
I love this.
Yvain, the Knight of the Lion. Sir Ian, I don't know, endures trials and tribulations as he seeks to redeem himself through heroic deeds, including rescuing a lion who becomes his loyal companion. But look at how weird and beautiful that art is. Sometimes you need it to be weird. That's
got
weird.
the little, I don't know what style of art the bottom right is.
Yeah.
With like the thing going on there.
Yeah. Courtesan saying sorcery is slowing down a fast-paced world, and it's awesome. No wonder we like it so much.
Yeah, it's just right in the pocket for us. I don't know.
And then shout out to Golden Eagle Cards too. They posted a video of the finals of the Courtesan Cup. I believe it was Death Speaker versus Seer Roots. So we're getting to the real degenerate stuff.
We've made it.
We've arrived. And then the new art. And so we don't know what the cards do yet, but we know the art is good. And the Power of Flight is Severin, and that was the same one that did Philosopher's Stone and the Alpha Avatars. And she is crushing it.
Yeah, it just pops it one more time.
Just look at it. Come on, man.
Yeah.
It brings back everything inside of
You feel like a child.
Yeah. This is what it was like to live before the internet ruined my life.
So it's hard. I feel like the internet is synonymous with adulthood for us.
No, it's not.
It is though. Like
It's
people have that
synonymous
same
with
feeling
garbage
about
in, garbage out.
being an adult. And it's
Yeah.
like trying to get back to child. It's like double for us though, because it's like pre-internet and also childhood.
Yeah, when the world wasn't just
A dumpster.
on,
You have to remember,
on
we were all
cocaine.
on Facebook when it was good.
I'm gonna take this call.
Yeah.
It's my drywall.
Yeah, I know it's hard to believe, but Facebook was good once upon a time.
Okay, Zach, I've got a question for you. I'm
Uh-huh.
gonna pop this up, and then I'll kind of sit down with you just so you're not lonely.
I do get
over
lonely.
Here and over here, and click this here. Okay.
Rain, could you guys clarify your issues with Doomtown? It's not really issues is one way of framing it, but so when I was pitched the concept of Doomtown, it was Wild West gunfights.
You're playing you got poker cards, you got
Poker hands.
bullets on the cards.
And like you're in the saloon and the fight breaks out and you're doing the thing. And then it developed very quickly into like land disputes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an area control game with different pieces of land, which makes sense. But like it would almost be like Star Wars Destiny / Star Wars, even Unlimited a little bit. But Star Wars Destiny zooms into character versus character fights.
Mm-hmm.
If you were pitched like Luke versus Vader lightsaber duel game, and then what you actually got was Star Wars TCG, which is like planetary galactic control and like lots of things on the board, and sometimes Luke and Vader fight, but most of the time they actually don't.
Right.
And sometimes you can actually play. I played the game a couple weeks ago actually, and it kind of feels like you're playing next to your opponent instead of fighting directly.
A game of Star Wars or a game of Doomtown?
Star Wars.
Okay.
So it was like I was a deck that had a lot of spaceships and stuff, and they were a deck that had a lot of ground units. And so I was flying around controlling planets, and they were controlling the ground stuff. And there was a couple bigger conflicts, but it was not Star Wars Destiny Vader versus Luke, right? So Doomtown to me felt like it was pitched like the Vader versus Luke, and then I got the Star Wars CCG. And so that's really why I use it as an example. But some people loved it in the same way that I think people love Star Wars CCG. because it does feel like this galactic conquest, control, empire trying to hunt down the rebellion sort of vibe. But if it's not marketed the right way, same thing with movies that the previews. What was it? Happened to me recently, like a year or two ago, where the previews made it seem a lot different than the actual movie was, and not in a good way for me at least.
Yeah.
Like I got in and started. It's like this is not. I expected like
not what I signed up for.
Lighthearted and this kind of a thing, but actually it was like.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost, this is a much lighter example of that, but the movie Up, it's like, oh, that's a Pixar cartoon or whatever it is a cartoon. And then like 5 minutes in, it's like the saddest thing you've ever seen. It's like, wait a second. Like I was not prepared to be emotionally rocked. I just needed something my 8-year-old could watch that I might enjoy. And here we are. But if it's pitched the right way, like at this point, if you're watching a Pixar movie, might be emotional.
There's going to be some emotions.
It's going to be emotional. Well, at least it has historically been. But like, same with you watch an A24 movie. It's like it's gonna be weird.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be art house, and it's probably gonna like it might make you uncomfortable in certain spots.
Right.
But
yeah. So that's the issue, Rain, with Doomtown is not that it was a bad game by any stretch of the imagination, but the game that we thought we were getting into was not the game that we ended up playing. It was mostly about land disputes and settling them, and every once in a while you get into a shootout. Instead of you thought you were going to line up your dudes, slap some cards, see some aces, and then, let God sort them out kind of thing.
And let God sort them out. Yeah, it was definitely, I don't know, have you had that experience where something was marketed to you that ended up being very different than what you got?
Yes, probably. But I can't think of it.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
You don't want that to happen anywhere in life. Like a restaurant is pitched as like, American food, and you show up and it's Mediterranean food. It's like, that would not end well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got you. I'm with you. So we actually need to solve this audio issue before we go even further. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the coming soon screen back up.
And then we'll come
press
back.
some buttons real quick, and then we'll come back.
This is going to have such great things for our metrics.
Yeah, people are going to love it. People love it. People love
While
this.
we're fixing it, if you've been enjoying your time here somehow, smash the like button, and we'll be back.
Okay. All right. Let me push the buttons. All right.
I'll just sit here uncomfortably while you're trying to hit the buttons.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. We're back. The audio is fixed, maybe.
Hopefully.
I hope. Did we talk about Warlord yet?
No.
All right, Warlord, let's get it down. In a show of gratitude to all of their supporters. This is actually a big deal. Honestly, I don't. It's kind of weird because I don't know why. It kind of gives you the understanding of like how this is all just an interesting little marketing game that everybody's playing on crowdfunding, because they're already calculating for hitting the stretch goals. So there's not really any downside in just giving it to people.
Well, I mean, there is a downside in that they could have utilized those same things in other ways.
Yeah, true.
Like,
And it's going to cost them more. But all that to say, they have decided to unlock all remaining items for the box upgrades, all 100 cards, and the box toppers from the Warlord Kickstarter. All of that, all the stretch goals are being given.
Yeah.
And those boxes and box agreed and all of that is still available via backer kit for the next couple of weeks.
one reason to do it is
Pre-orders.
that exact thing.
Yeah, more
which
backer
is
kit, yeah.
they're in the late pledge situation, and you can still get in on that, and you can still up your pledge. And so the box toppers, I saw someone say, I was only getting starters, but now I'm going to go ahead and get a booster box because it comes with all the box toppers.
Yeah.
So,
So very cool, very
makes
wonderful. Great time to jump on Warlord if you haven't yet. We have tons of content. You can see if you like the game or like that kind of game. I love it. And it's still open. So backer kit for them likely until early July.
I loved it, but then last week happened, and I'm reconsidering. I'm just kidding.
Did I wreck you last week? I can't remember.
Yeah, just like
Yep.
Dunker Towns.
Yep. Dunked from half court. Let's bust into some Alpha Clash, baby.
Oh, we made it. We made it.
Made it.
Ba-da-da-da-da-do.
All right, I'm pretty sure.
When are we going to play Boy Crazy?
Well, that's got to be a special production. I like this Steven facing the other way. John cut to the bottom, and then it came back, and you were just facing away from the screen. I'm pretty sure that when we Alpha Clashed in Vegas, they gave us 10 booster packs.
Which one's the better game?
This one. By a lot. It's not even close.
It's a weird one.
It's unbelievable that Boy Crazy even got made. To be
Hey,
honest.
I mean, the intent was good. It was just old.
Yeah.
It's like, let's get young women into trading card games because they, let's try to make that a thing. And then we did it in a way that is really not great. All right, scheme of things.
Not even close to great.
Well, I don't know. I've never played it, Zach. How many do we get? 10?
You get 10.
Wow.
Say the whole. It's 10 card packs.
Okay.
So it's the equivalent of like 6 fab packs, almost. And there's tokens in here too. So yeah, it's really equivalent. Godspeed. I'm just gonna open packs and
Look at these packs are good, man.
Oh, dude.
These get me jacked.
Mean streak, speed, and precision. Look at this. It's epic. You got a little tab up there in case you want to save yourself some trouble.
Don't tell me how to do it.
I'm just gonna divide by color and then play red.
Ooh, the card quality feels better too. Is it better? This is crazy.
I don't really
Beautiful.
know.
All right,
This one cost Flare Nova Radiator is one of the best cards in the
I'm going to divide and conquer as well, and then I'm going to ask you how to do it.
All right.
Oh, look at that Pestilence.
Was it the 3 cost Pestilence?
2 cost. Emissary of Decay. Enter. Discard up to 2 cards, then all non-Harbinger Clash cards get -1/-1 until end of turn for each card discarded this way. Beautiful.
If you can pull out your contenders and your tokens as you're going, it should be evident if you have any.
Oh, so they're not always one in the pack?
No.
Okay. Well, it wasn't evident at all.
You'll.
Simon. That's right. We're looking for the elusive Jason Colorado. Might be in there.
Oh, that's a Boy Crazy joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Simon saying that?
Simon
He knows.
Simon.
He knows the
Simon.
collectability
Simon's a
side.
lover of all TCGs. You can't not know what Boy Crazy is.
Yeah.
Its reputation
agree.
precedes it.
We hope we get Jason Colorado. Steven can recover his funds.
It's my ultra rare. And they had a thing where like if you pulled the card, you like won. You got to like visit Jason.
The Jason Colorado.
Yeah, like there was a thing. There was a whole thing.
Dude, this pack is stunks. So I have 2 foils in this pack. One is Lynn the Nanite Assassin. This is like one of the best cards in the game. So the 1/2/2.
Wow, that's it looks great. Well, 1/2/2. What are they doing? What's the downside?
Nothing. No.
Are you crazy?
So trigger enter, target opponent diminishes a card, which is discard off the top. Then you can put a bounty counter on a target clash card you don't control. At the end of the turn, if one or more clash cards with bounty counters were defeated this turn, you may put a target clash card with an initial resource cost of 2 or less from any Oblivion into your clash zone.
That is the craziest card I have ever seen.
It was a 4 of in the Ian Hamilton deck that won this weekend because it's like the best blue card in the game. But then my other foil is Victory Peak, which is one of the main cards in the Warcry deck that was in the top 4. This is a location that goes into play, and it has this counter attack. You may engage this card if you do choose target contender or clash card you control. Prevent the next 3 clash damage that would be dealt to it this turn.
That's unbelievable.
And then it has another ability.
Are you
we
crazy?
Don't even care. And it looks awesome. Look, he killed that big dragon.
And then every time clash cards kill something, you gain a health? This is nutty. What are they doing? This set's crazy. Also, the art for Plague Forge Scrap is just delightful.
Oh yeah. Dude.
That
Pestilence B
in foil. Come on, look at that, dude.
That's great.
Unreal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get my mic working. We'll see.
I like the attempt.
Anybody? Can anybody hear me?
It's too late.
It's never too late.
Neopets. Brooklyn asking for our take on Neopets release.
I wasn't even aware of it.
Was that the old thing
Check.
that you used to
Whoa,
do
there I am.
without cards?
Nice.
And then they made it with
Sorry,
cards?
Ron.
I don't know, man. I'm out of my depth.
You remember, do you have Neopets or Digimon or what was the other one? Tamagotchi?
Neopets was the website version.
I had a Gigapet.
It was where you just logged in and then you just had a little thing.
Yeah, I think you had one because I had one,
I
but it
think
was
I did.
kind of confusing as to like what was going on.
Did you ever have to exercise to get them to hatch? I thought
No,
that
that's
was
a
the
different
whole
one.
point.
That's a Tamagotchi.
Yeah, that seems better.
You just put them on the dryer.
I
Why don't you just like, oh, look at the screen and it'll evolve?
I had a Gigapet.
I think you had to
Hey,
feed
Joe
them.
Phillips is here.
You had to feed them, right?
So yeah, I mean that's how pets work. I think
Well,
Like,
but I
that's
don't
like-
know if the Neo nature, it's
it's like
digital.
base level for pets.
Feed it code.
All right, here's some of the best cards in the set. We went over this in the overview. This black 6-cost Lord Krung Perilous Leader. He's just a 6/7/5.
Love it.
No
There's
text.
beef.
And then Magnate Lone Defender. He's a 6/4/4 with flight, and if he's your only clash card, he gets +4/+4.
Oh. Oof.
Lone fighter or lone defender?
Lone Fighter.
JK, tell me more about Neopets, because seeing Neopets in my jam. What's up, Joe Phillips on the Monday commute home, hanging out with us in Alpha Clash. Hey, everyone. What's up, Joe? It's great to see ya. Hope you had a good day at work, or
Oh,
at least
dang.
a not bad day.
J.K. Lawling saying I am wrong.
Who's wrong?
JK does not remember having to feed the Neopets. Man, this Avenging Guy doing something card is hilarious, dude.
He's one of the funniest characters in the game.
Got a Lin contender there. I love that.
I think Lynn
I
would
love
be
the
my
way that
jam.
Lin contender looks.
Foil War Minion. It's always good.
The value. Dude, I love this Magnate contender.
Do we have all contenders available, or
Yeah.
do we only have
Yeah,
to pull them?
Yeah, you have them available. And this card got printed somehow. War Battle Paragon. He's a 6/6/4, and he gets undisputed as long as you control 3 or more clash tokens. Undisputed means he can't be destroyed on your turn.
Ugh.
So if you have 3 like Nova tokens or just any general war tokens or whatever, this guy's annoying.
Would you say that this is the desired power level of the game?
I think so. There's still like
Cool new portal card.
with different art.
I do like that. Yeah.
There's definitely in the first couple sets they're learning some things because you had some weird, like in black you had Moxie and then you had Death, and like none of their cards really work together.
The old Fab model.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I have Shadow Runeblade and regular Runeblade, and they don't play any of the same cards. And then you also just had things like there's a lot of just unbelievably situational cards in the first couple sets where it's like there's no way this could be playable.
Did you figure out how to make traps yet?
No. Oh yeah, the discarded in this set do it better. They do it a lot better. They almost have like ambush from Trap Zone. But
you have to make an entire faction to make them work.
Because there's no summoning sickness, the pacing of trap cards is so problematic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because you play something to save resources, and if your opponent doesn't do the thing that triggers the trap, then you just wasted a bunch of resources, which is crazy. That
was identified very early by us.
That's Flare, right?
Yeah, that's a Flare token. That's the Nova token.
In foil.
It's so
shiny.
Cool. I don't know.
We have Amias. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Amias G went to Origins, had an absolute blast.
Yeah, Amias.
Yeah, man. In Vegas, the alphaclash booth was just slamming all weekend of people demoing the game, which was the exact. It's like a comic book convention, like an anime convention as well.
They nailed it.
Look at this. I got one of those artist
foil
epics.
portal. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Which one is it?
Torque Fury's Embrace. He's very good.
That's the word one?
Yeah.
Or the non-word one?
It's got words on it, but it's that art right there.
There we go.
Torque and Flare hugging. He's hugging her with his fist. Yeah, so exclusive. Only have one in play. This card gets plus X attack, where X equals the amount of non-clash damage dealt this turn. Once per turn, you may engage this card. If you do damage to target clash card equal to this card's attack power. Very good. 5 out of 5 stars. We'll play again. So, first thing I'll let you get your things sorted, and then I'll.
Dude, I've got Magnate Battle ready and Magnate full. I've got Magnates in different area codes here.
Covered in Magnates.
Amaya saying trap cards are underexplored, and you know what? I appreciate that, but listen,
I think
that is the clarion call of a trap itself.
Traps are a trap. That makes sense. There has to be I think there has to be a contender that has payoff for traps. Like, it's such a cost.
The cost is super high.
Or there needs to be a lot of really cheap, and I mean free traps. Did you get a foil portal? Did you just get all the foil tokens?
Yeah, I got a foil portal. And look at this. Gion of the East. Jin of the East. Gion? Jin? I don't know if it's the weapon or the person.
I have no idea.
I think it's the weapon. Yeah, it's exclusive weapon. Attached class card is +2/+2. Counter attack. Ready this card. It must be declared as an obstructor. This clash if able. Once per turn. Target Cowling control gets +1/+1. Yeah, this is awesome. I love that. I love Cowling. And then Whistler, which is Avenging Guy's bow. Very cool. Man, yeah. Establishing the world a little bit.
One of the Avenging Guys can search out Whistler from your deck. It's very good. Man, my seal pool is stacked. When you get all those open, I'll walk you through the deck building 101 steps.
Okay. I will appreciate that.
It'll all make sense.
Sonoro. I like that some of these minor characters will someday maybe be contenders.
Like the Avenging Guy.
Yeah, that's why I like seeing Lynn so much, because I was interested in her anyway.
She's so cool.
Yeah. And an assassin, I mean, come on.
Yeah. It reminds me so much of like Ghost in a Shell.
Not a bad thing.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, green in different area codes.
Pestilence is the Okay, so first thing, go through your cards and fish out your clash buffs. Which is what I will be doing.
Okay. We'll follow the Zach Bunn school of losing at this game. Clash buff.
At Limited, I did quite well.
Clash buff.
I don't remember when I lost, but I did well before that.
Okay. 2 in red. And you're doing this because you think that you should play as many clash buffs as you can.
So the clash buffs in Limited you have to be this color to use them.
Very cool.
So you can play all clash buffs?
That's right.
Well, that's nutty.
So you still have to pay the threshold, but I think it would be wrong to not have 4 clash buffs in your deck.
So you still have to pay the right color.
Yeah, so like if you pull up Augmented Reality, it's a blue clash buff. It costs 1, and then it's got the little blue pip under it. So you have to spend a blue to play this card. But it says, the first line of text says you may only play this if your contender is blue. So it loses that line of text. So you can play this clash buff with any contender, but you still have to pay a blue in order to do it. And the reason that this is important is that if it didn't exist, I think you would. People that have the ability to have a good deck that also happens to have 4 clash buffs would be a significant advantage.
And you only have 4 no matter what.
That's right.
Okay. So play 4 clash buffs. That's what you're saying.
Yes. But this will inform as well a pretty critical component of your deck building. Because again, you still need at least 1 resource of that kind.
Okay.
To
Done.
play those cards.
I got tons of them.
Yeah, so like this is a good example for me. I've got 5 total. 2 blue, 1 red, 1 green, 1 white. And a lot of times you're going to end up in 3 colors.
Okay.
So even without looking, I'm probably playing blue. Blue is like my biggest stack of cards too. And then I'm probably playing 2 of these colors. And if I look, black is not one of these. So I'm going to go ahead and just eliminate black. And I'll come back to black.
Back and black.
If I have to.
Okay, black is my short stack and I only have 1 clash buff there, so I feel comfortable taking that down as well.
Mm-hmm.
Are we ready for that?
You're in a good spot on the buff city. You're going to have a hard choice, actually. Green looks like a humongous stack.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Steve did pretty well with green last time. I think you did quite well.
Yeah.
How many packs are you guys using for this?
10
series?
packs.
10 packs. 10 packs, Joe.
Yeah.
10 packs.
So they're only 10 card packs. So like Fab is 15 or 14 normally. So it's a little higher on the count. And then my next step is going to be going through and actually just pulling out for each of these colors my actual clash cards, so the guys with stats. Because that is a lot of times eliminating colors as well.
I think
My blue is very good.
it's become very clear to me. This is at least an easy place to start. You say triple is normal?
Yeah.
And then are there any like just insane, like the blue character that you were pulling out is
Yeah.
just so good.
Yeah.
But like, see, all these blue cards are like, I don't have any contenders here. I have like a few
Clash cards.
Sorry, clash cards.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. It's like if you go through and look.
It's not enough.
Yeah. And cards, of course, like Lyn, the Nanite Assassin, the Epic that I pulled, is a crazy, insane good card. But at the same time, Lyn Adaptive Automaton, the 4 cost, it's just a blank, but it's got good stats, and I've got several copies of it. Look at this.
That's one of those.
I've got 3 of it.
Collage cards.
The collage cards, yeah. Super good cards. So that's. Yeah, let me just go pull out all my clash cards.
What's our deck size?
Limited. It's constructed's 50. I want to say 40 is the number for this.
Really good at this, huh?
Because if it's 90 divided by 5. Yeah, it's 40.
Carry the 1.
It's 40.
Okay. Fundies. What is the next in the school of Zach Bunn's How to Lose It sealed?
So you have to build a 40 card deck. And if you're using, did you already kind of look at 3 colors here?
Yeah.
Do you know, hold on. It's very likely that all of your clash cards are going to go in.
Yes. Really, all of them.
Likely. You could have a ton. I mean, it's just a crazy random seal pool. But if I'm counting just my clash cards.
So Riley Carter coming in with the facts. 40 cards, no limit on the number of copies of a card you play except for clash buffs.
I've got 31 clash cards. So I'd be 35 with one of my clash buffs. It's only 5 slots for non-clash cards. Is that normal?
I mean, it depends.
Think there's skill to this?
The value of bodies is so high.
It is high.
Now, the next layer of this is also going to be, you're going to only end up with 40 cards. So you're probably going to end up with like 18 to 20 of one color and then like 10 to 12 of everything else. So I'm going to go through my piles real quick, and like any decent character with like low threshold count is the first pile I'm going to make. But like this guy is 3 blue.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think I would even touch him unless I was very committed to playing blue.
So this is kind of a classic. Look at your easy plays and then look at your, I got to go harder into this.
Yeah. I'm going to slide over a little.
Okay. So now I've got a stack of 1 threshold, higher than 1 threshold, and then non-clash cards, and then clash buffs. I like it so far. Because a card you can't play is worthless.
That's right.
You use as a resource.
It's the old Aesop's pawn shop over here.
We've all been down that
I can always
road.
sell it to Aesop.
You can always pawn. This is a really good example of like, my green stack only has 6 characters. However, 4 of them are 1 threshold. But I'm guessing I'm cutting green.
I've got like all but one threshold white here, which makes me want to maybe cut Warcry. Although the 7s I imagine are pretty impactful.
Got you. So it's all.
These are all 1 threshold.
What's the full name of that Warcry?
Defense Warden.
So he's a really good example of if it's your only 2 threshold, as long as you've got 10 to 15, he'll either go down as your 1 right resource or it'll be late game anyway. And you're very likely to have 2.
And it's not. Oh, I suppose it is. No, it's not. This is not bomby. Warcry is not bomby.
Unconvinced.
You can switch your attack and defense until end of turn.
Pretty cool.
So you become an 8/1, which means you die if you obstruct.
Is it only on defense?
It's when you obstruct is the trigger.
Got you.
You can switch to an 8/1, which means you can kill whatever they have, and then you die as well.
Yeah.
So it trades.
I imagine you're much more likely just to block and not die.
Yeah. Just put up a wall.
Yeah. Which is still wild.
But then everyone's got flight and all this kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm not convinced,
don't
dude.
know that.
I'm not freaking convinced at all.
I think it's a very cuttable card.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go through my non-clash cards and start removing things that I'm never gonna play.
Okay.
Claire's Apartment is one of them, right? So whenever your contender gains health, target clash card you control gets +1 attack. That's
Right.
so specific, but you get the idea.
I get it.
Marco Victory's in the house.
What up, Sasha?
Hey, Marco. Hey. Counterattack. Clash card you control get +1/+0. Clash card you control with a weapon get +2/+0. No way. Okay, give me activate. Look at the top card of your deck if it's a weapon. No, so these are all constructed cards.
Yeah, you got it.
Activate the portal. I can't activate the portal. No, there's no way you're playing that. Djinn of the East. Now this is a great card, but you would need Cowling to be a clash card, and there's not enough.
Yeah.
No, there's not even. There's 2. Can't do that.
Yeah.
Unless did you search for the card? No. And honestly, that card is not that great. Sphere of Protection. Counter. Play. Choose target clash you control. Intended it can't be dealt damage. Card for a maybe card? I don't think so. Okay. These. I don't want to play any of these.
That could be weirdly good. This has the word trap in it. That's a good card.
-X, -0 until end of turn. Exclude the amount of Shadowlight clash cards you control. Well, that's 4 potentially. Man, white does not build very well for limited here. It's a lot of weird, like you have to run 20 Shadowlights to get any Shadowlights. Put a Shadowlight clash card, not named Shadowlight Eclipsing Fighter.
Do you have 2 white clash buffs?
Yeah.
That's such a good card. Have you read
That
that
one? This one is crazy.
It's
It's
wild
worth playing.
cats.
All right, and then we've got like a bunch of weapon cards. Let me reveal a Cowling clash card. I don't.
This is the kind of card that in limited is crazy and in constructed is questionable. Swarm Tactics. It's a counter action. It's a quick action from hand. After you play something, costs 4. I create a number of red war tokens equal to the cost of a card you just played. But you have to save 4 for it. So it's like if you just play a 2, and a 1, it's like this is not it. But I digress. Oh, you know what? It's also important too, when you're factoring all this, to understand the hero.
Oh, sure, that might help. I just want to play this, even though I don't. I know.
You know the truth.
You may engage this card. If you do, choose target face down card and target opponent's accessory zone. Turn it face up. There's no way this is good and sealed. I'm not even going to do it. I'm not doing it. I mean, he's a 1/1 on the attack. That's not terrible. Don't make me do it, please. This is the kind of thing that I would do, and then I just lose. Am I gonna have to do it anyway? You listen to me, Grandpa?
Maybe.
Okay. Any weapons here? Just the one. Okay. Let's see if we got more weapons in these other ones. Let's just take a quick look. Also, I didn't look at the clash cards over here, so I'm gonna do that real quick. See, this looks like bomb.com over here. Oh my gosh, I haven't heard that in a long time.
Bomb.com?
Is that from like 1,000 years ago when the people were saying that?
It is
I
old.
think that was the Mountain Dew Livewire years.
Oh my god. Mountain Dew Livewire. We've arrived. Old man shakes fist at all things sky or hill.
See, but my black card pool here has 2 of these 6-cost Lord Krungs. And like I said, they feel a little bomb.com.
The
7/5.
They're insane. Yeah.
What's the subtitle there?
Perilous Leader.
Do you have the ability to play black and still have 4 clash buffs?
Oh yeah, easy. Easy peasy. I've got clash buffs all over. I'm probably going to do this. Okay. Well, I kind of have a readout. I think white is going to be hard to play in sealed, strictly. Let's see what our green pool looks like. Burning Fortitude. Prevent the next damage that would be dealt to target contender. That container is +0/+1. It's fine. You can activate the portal. During your prime, the effect of a pestilence clash card you control defeats an opponent. You may send this card to ability to draw 1 card. So that's just a portal card. Okay. Does the portal matter? In turn and can't be obstructed this turn. I mean, that seems good. And then you draw the card. You know, the ones that say draw a card at the end are really good.
Card draw is good.
That can't be good. This is not good.
Yeah, if you could control F for draw a card, put all those in.
Gamma Veil, fine. It just depends on what you're playing. I get 9/8, each against this card does clash damage to a contender. The contender's controller does their hand, which usually on. Okay. That's not good. Dealing interference, you may activate this trap. Trap? No. No, like, there's no way that you play this card.
What's the card name?
Defiling Interference. I'm gonna put it down, hold 2 resources, so that I can give you -X attack whenever something comes into play. It doesn't even kill the thing. If it's -X life, at least maybe. I mean, this is no. No. Anyone who's applying for the playtester position, no to this card. Why is this card here? For 2? I would play it for 0. What's the deal with Pestilence? Whistler. Whenever they attach class card.
Jerry Seinfeld? Dude?
Yeah, it was. You may engage this card. If you do, choose target clash card you don't control. To your next turn, that class must attack the attached clash card. If able, it gets +2/+2. Okay, so you make them attack you. That could be good. How many of that avenging guy do I have?
You don't want
1. I have 1. But you get to search when it comes into play.
Yeah, for the Whistler.
Okay. Well,
That card's
1/1 is fine.
well, he kind of becomes a. It's crazy if you actually think about it. If you just add the cost of that to him, like 2 extra, because you go fish it out and you pay 1 to play it, or it's free to play, and then you pay 1 to attach it. So he's really just a
5/5
cost 5/5 with that ability.
Not awesome.
That's great with that ability.
Where you make somebody attack you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Is 5/5 good in this game? Like down the line?
Unbelievable.
Okay.
There's so many non-answers to 5/5.
I didn't know. It just sounded like a small number to me.
It's not. It's a largely good number.
It's +2, +0, deals
guess.
clash damage to opponent, consider draw 1 card. It's fine. If you have enough. Times Square. Magnates +1/+0, and you get breakthrough. How important are clash crowns in this game?
Well, they're not that important until they are very important.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Yeah. It's hard to say.
If this is a non-clash card, put it in your hand. If it's not, you put it in a non-clash card. Okay. This 2/4 Magnate, though, I have 3 of, and that seems like a good stat line.
That guy's awesome. Yeah. 4 is another breakpoint that is relevant.
If your contender has a weapon, Blazing gets flight. Okay, and then Pestilence, enter, discard 2, all non get -1/-1. That's all right.
That card's very good.
Yeah.
This card's the cat's pajamas.
The cat's meows. Target class. Whoa! That is good already. Feet at the portal. You may put target class and destroy cards with one of those from. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
On the top of your deck, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so we're definitely playing green, and we're gonna play that clash buff.
Yep.
These cards are okay. Let's see what our red pool looks like.
Zach, do you want to take a stab at this one while Steven's looking at his deck?
Yep. I sure do. Terry Fuller, guys, I'm catching you live. I had a question. How would Covenant's history change if you all had sold and supported Pokemon and Pokemon Organized Play from the start of Store 1.0? Man, that's tough to say. I would like to think that it ultimately would not have changed that much. And partially because we did sell Pokemon at one point. At 2.0, we had a Pokemon community that started forming. And as part of that, we were like, well, we can at least... One of the things in 1.0 we were trying to do is we'd seen for so long players having to bear such a burden when it came to building local communities and making these games happen. And so we tried to be all of that for the games that we supported at 1.0. And that was also true at 2.0, but 2.0 was definitely a much larger community and we couldn't be everything to everyone. But you could see the Pokemon community was building and so we started supporting what they were doing. But we ran into all of the same problems that were frustrating us with the other games that we were supporting, which is, having a distributor tell us, as long as you get your orders in by this point, you'll get what you're ordering. And then that just became not true with Pokemon. And so you just have this built-in lack of care or ownership or responsibility that was going on. So I think even if we had sold and supported those, we would have eventually run up into the same issues that we kept having and feeling in the industry. And then the other part of that is, maybe there's the positive side too, which is having a product in 2012 that is as sellable as Pokemon and we could have built the community around and we would have had the product support for. We might have been way more successful. Faster, and people would have been paid reasonably a lot faster and we would have more resources to do what we're doing. So who knows how that would have turned out. But at the same time, I think it reminds me of the conversations we were having earlier about who is this for? And, even at 2.0, when we were supporting Pokemon, I remember taking my niece to one of our Pokemon drafts we were having locally. And it was great. But at the same time, the Pokemon audience is very different. It's much younger, right? A lot of kids playing, a lot of kids with parents playing. And 2.0 at least was open mostly in the evenings. We had beer on tap, we had wine. It's a very different kind of space. And so it worked. I don't think it was necessarily wrong or bad. But at the same time, it's easy to understand now. I remember back in the day having some frustrations with local stores who didn't care about our games that we wanted to play. But it's a slippery slope. So I think if we had relented and supported that game, it would have been very easy to look at it and say, we can't support LCGs because the economics would never make sense. And you would always have this wondering of could it have worked if we had gone a different direction? So I don't know. It's a kind of a fun hypothetical to think about, but I would like to think in the end, not a lot would have changed, but I do think there's a if that had changed, the whole dynamic of the company would have been different. Like if we had arrived at that conclusion, I think the dynamics of what we are is just very different. So that's why we didn't arrive at that conclusion back then. So it's hard to really imagine that. Terry saying, thank you for the honest answer about allocation and store setting versus younger audience Pokemon. Do people ask for your autographs? I'm getting everyone's autograph when Store 3.0 opens. Yes, that has happened. I was not expecting the question to go into that. Happy to sign whatever you want anytime you run into me. Yeah, I wouldn't say whatever or wherever, but I would. I've signed a number of different things over the years, from like Fab lore books, people getting it's like a yearbook, like people getting all signatures from all kinds of people, or the number of rune chants I've signed in Fab has been high. That's a thing. Playmats, yeah. Riley Carter, what's the estimated timeline for Covenant 3.0? I'm gonna be optimistic here. Sometime next year. Optimistic. Building things, as everyone in this room can attest to, takes way longer and costs way more than you hope it does at all points always. So we're going to move as fast as we can. We're starting to engage with the architects again on coming up with the third iteration of the plan, basically. Things evolved over time. We moved here. We were going to take out the warehouse and the office and studios from our previous plans, and it's going to be a rebuild, restructure the whole thing. And hopefully those come along in the next couple of months, and then we get into the build out process and we break ground. And once we break ground, we'll have a much better idea of when it's going to happen. But even then, I think whatever they're telling us is going to happen is going to take a lot longer than they want it to. So I'm just preparing for the worst and hoping for the best. Tweak 87. If I wanted to get myself and my 3 nephews into alphaclash, where should I start? One thing alphaclash has done tremendously well is create a lot of great starter products. So if you go to the website, we have a set 1 clash bundle, a great way to try it out. But they have basically starter sets for each set. So I would look at those, look at the heroes that come in those, pick a couple that you're into, and start there. It depends on how in you really are. We have booster boxes available as well, which you can get from the various sets. Set 3 to me has been the best. So I would probably start with a starter set for set 3. And then if you dig that, buy a booster box or 2 of set 3, and then go from there.
And they've got that Year of the Dragon as well for.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Okay, here's the product pathway. Set 3 starter. If you dig that, or you know you're going to dig alphaclash, Year of the Dragon box, because it comes with highlight cards from set 1 and 2. It also comes with all the tokens. So you get all the contenders from set 1 and 2, all the tokens, the portals, etc. That's an incredible place to start. I can't believe I forgot about that product. And then if you like Year of the Dragon and you're having a good time with that, set 3 booster boxes. That's the stepping stones I would take. You can also, as you see here, buy a set 3 box and just like play with that. There's a lot of game in that. Riley saying, hop in the alphaclash Discord as well. People are usually pretty responsive and asking to meet up and play with people locally and learn. Yeah, it's great. And we also have an alphaclash channel on our Discord. If you have questions generally, I scope that out quite a bit, but there's a ton of great people in there. And same with the alphaclash like official Discord if you want to go into that.
Is it only 1v1? I didn't remember.
Alphaclash, or Tweak asking, is alphaclash a 1v1 game then presently? But Ridge the other day slipped on some video or interview and said PvE is around / cooperative, but I've heard a lot of games say that.
Yeah. Easier said than done.
Ridge will die on a hill before he doesn't get it done.
That's true.
So I think it will happen. But yeah, there's at least plans in the works for that to be worked out.
Got Riley here.
Riley's saying, I'm trying to establish enough of a chat presence to be recognized when I finally get to visit in person. Well, you're doing a good job. Keep commenting. There's definitely those people you meet where it's like, the floating skull, or Ryan Roper, JK Lawlings, okay, fine. I'll buy a Year of the Dragon draft box finally. We got him. We got him. Another angel gets its wings. I think it's a great, if you're a TCG player, it's a great introductory product, particularly if you can get a draft firing off of it. But it's just got so much in it to get started in the game. It's a great way to start. Joe Phillips, PvE for alphaclash with lots of question marks and exclamation points. That is the word.
That's The word on the street.
That's the word on the street. Down
No
in Discord
official
Town.
Just
How you doing?
random
Also,
word.
that's one of the best cards in the set.
Yeah.
What card is that?
Morak the Devourer.
I think I've got enough good cards in black that I just have to play it.
You got two of those beefy boys.
Yeah, he's one of those comes out of your trap zone.
He can. Doesn't have to. His trigger enter effect is why we're here.
Yeah. Even just these guys. I mean, this is all I want to play. These 6 cards. That's all I want to play out of the
Lord Krug.
7 if I take the clash buff. How do you do this so fast? Like, what are you doing over there? Why are you done already?
I just built that way.
It's just
It
like,
doesn't mean it's good.
Just grabs the red cards.
there's so many like weapon things. I
They
got
are in
2
here.
weapons. I got 2
I mean-
weapons.
It helps that I like play a lot of this limited specifically. I don't have to read most of the cards. You know what I mean?
I do.
And I've actually built decks using limited pools with this set, and like
Yeah.
you'll probably still beat me. Like you try way harder than I do too. Like that's another part of this.
7, 8, 9, 10.
I just run the beef, man. And then I'll put things out and you'll be like, oh God, how does that card exist?
I mean, I'm running. Don't sleep on the beef on this side of the table either.
I just need to win the game before your 7-cost black character comes out. I don't have a lot of answers for that guy. Look at John just pulling the Skittles out over there.
I went to the movie this weekend.
What'd you go see?
Went to see the new Inside Out. Inside Out 2.
How'd you feel about it?
Pretty good. So, I realized...
Speaking of reviews.
with Soul, it came out and everyone was like, oh my gosh, this is like the saddest thing in the world. I can't believe it. I've told this story a bunch of times. But my wife and I watched it and we were like hunkered down, like, all right, we're ready to cry. It's going to be like Up. Like, we're going to feel some feelings. And then we didn't think the movie was very good at all. But it was because we were clenched up the whole time. You know, like...
Have you seen Coco?
Yeah, it's crude. Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but I'm like scared to see it.
Well, so, and then what happened was like, after being
Feelings and
disappointed
stuff.
in it, we watched it again and just like bawled our eyes out.
Soul.
Yeah. Because we had our shields down the second time.
Expectations are a real
Right.
thing, aren't they?
And so anytime I watch a Pixar movie now, I at least try to give it two shots. There was I thought it was really good. I thought it was excellent. And my wife is a therapist, and all the stuff they were talking about anxiety and that kind of thing was, it really is a movie about anxiety and the role anxiety can
What could
take
go wrong?
as a helpful thing, but also when it gets out of control and like it's not being checked, like how it can bring you to your knees.
Like the first one is about sadness.
Yeah.
And there's a role for sadness.
Right, in the role. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so sadness is kind of trying to escape and being pushed away the whole first movie.
Yeah.
But anxiety is kind of in control the whole second movie.
Yeah.
And so
teenage
it's
years and stuff.
Similar story, but yeah, kind of like from a different side. of the coin.
Inside Out 1 murdered me.
We're getting J.K. Rowling easy.
J.K. Lines, I bought 2 draft boxes. Lunch beer is doing some work here. Let's go. The first Inside Out destroyed me. And like it was like, I didn't know it at the time, but in working through some things, it's just hitting on like a very sensitive, like it's just very targeted.
Hit you right in the old Death
Just
Star
right,
core there.
right, yeah, it's just like boom. So I want to see the second one. I have not had time to go see that yet, but I hope it's good. I've heard they originally had another character in there called Shame, but it was like too intense.
Oh,
so they had to
dang.
actually cut it out of the script.
That's interesting. I mean, they have Embarrassment, which is doing kind of the same
It's a little different though.
A little different, yeah. But it's good.
Good stuff.
They have a guest appearance a couple times by Nostalgia that comes out. They're like, no, you're not here for like 10, 20 more years. Like, go back.
You can't be here yet.
Right.
That's hilarious.
Wait, I don't want to play 32 cards.
Well, that's not how this works.
Oh my gosh. I've got to play some serious garbo.
I mean, it can just be a resource. It's easy resource choices.
Can you do 4?
You can. Yep. Andre,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I have students do a paper on Inside Out why sadness is the hero. Now I got to write a lesson plan about adolescence and anxiety. That's awesome.
That's right. And
Yeah,
then-
man, it is. Inside Out. I haven't seen the second one, but I can personally Inside Out. The first one is like very high on my list.
Yeah, you can definitely tell they had people who knew what they were talking about consulting on the film. Which
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, and they're just pulling in a lot of strings.
Because I know I have as my wife being a therapist, she has therapist friends, and one of her friends is a child psychologist, and they watch Inside Out like pretty much every client. It's just like, hey, let's get a baseline.
Yeah.
Like now we can talk about.
We
our
have
emotions
words
in
for
this
these
way.
things we're
Yeah.
talking about.
But I think it's
Yeah.
pretty cool that Pixar can create a successful movie that also can be used as a tool to help people like
Oh yeah.
deal with the modern world.
Yep.
This is crazy, man. What is happening?
I would love to get a peek inside Steven's brain and the things going on with the cut sequences in the first one that is like inside the mom and dad's head. Some of the funniest things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh no, she's giving us the look. What did she just say?
What contender are you playing?
I'm playing Lynn, but I would play Magnate if I had any say in the matter.
I might be playing Magnate.
Yeah, he's so good. See the 2 on there?
Yeah.
It's a 2.
Yeah, I see the 2.
Let's do it.
Okay. And that brings this in. Some of these cards that only target Magnate are coming in.
Yep. Magnate's very good. He's got a 2 attack, which is 100% more than everyone else. I didn't exaggerate. It's 100%. I'm playing Lynn, the Rogue agent. I know my audience, and it's Steven. Thinking Steven. It's the most laughs I can get. It's a half distracted Steven.
I hate this deck, Zach. I hate it. I hate it.
All you just need to attack me with Magnate, and then play the 7-cost black card, and you win. That's your strategy. There's like almost no answers to that 7-coster. At that point, I just have to put bodies out continuously to block it and hope you can't give it flight.
Okay. I'll do 40 here. Okay. There's 40 cards. It's a pile, too.
We're in limited, baby. It's meant to be a pile.
Okay, what else do I do? I get that contender. That bad boy. We got all those sleeves. Are we going to use them?
I'm not. Not this
Oh my
game.
gosh. Portal starts closed.
Yeah, sure does.
Is there a proper place for it there?
On stream, there is. It's right there.
Do we do this?
We can. Put our clash grounds over here.
Hey, this is cool.
All right, so you draw 8.
I can't read it all the way over there. I gotta put it over here. Sorry.
It's a 2. That's what it does.
We're gonna put the portal right there in the middle. And then now the people know where the clash ground is.
That's right. In case they were confused. So you draw 8,
What are these? No, this is half my deck.
and
Nice.
then any card you don't want, you send back.
Oh, like a mulligan roll?
And
or
then you
something?
draw back up, yeah. We'll be keeping these cards. I don't think we want you guys. It's not personal. Okay, my hero is, or my contender is Lynn, Rogue Agent. At 30 health, which she starts at, she has the ability, clash card you control may attack ready clash cards with 1 or more bounty counters on them.
Yeah.
So I basically get close combat against things with bounty. At 10 health, whenever a clash card you don't control is defeated, if that card has 1 or more bounty counters, that card's controller diminishes 2 cards. If this is the first time this ability is triggered this turn, this symbol, compass symbols, clash cards I control get +1 attack till the end of turn. I'm not going to try to mill you, so the diminished part is not that relevant.
I just won't even do it. Did I see that the make war tokens equal to the cost of the card slip out of your deck just then?
I don't know. Did you? Perhaps you did.
I think I cut that card instantly. But that's the difference between us. That card is good.
if you
doing
get
a whole
4/1/1 red tokens, so a lot of times in limited, if you can't, and I'm not playing Magnet, so I'm expecting to play the game a little longer. You get in these situations where you have like 9, 10, 11 resources, and you draw 1 card. And in that instance, that red card is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Because like if you draw the 7-cost black character, I get 4 blockers. I block with 1 of them, and then I still have 3 left on my turn to do my thing.
Did you say 8?
8. And then you'll ship back anything you don't want.
I don't really want that.
And we'll go even Steven rules. It was even.
Okay, maybe I do want that. Okay, and then we've got the curve.
Magnate's the worst.
And then we've got... Oh, I guess we're going to have to... Okay. Ah! Our thresholds. Our thresholds are high.
Yeah, that's relevant. Yeah. The more you play, the more you, like, especially in Constructed, when you have all good cards, and you have to put 7 or 8 of them down as resources, the decision on what you're putting down as a resource is unbelievably critical and painful. Craig, really want to pick this one up, but I'm juggling too many TCGs at the moment and have limited time. At least I can enjoy it vicariously through you guys while cooking dinner.
That's what we're here for right
Can
there.
always do that.
Okay, we're going to keep 5 and ship 3. Is it a reshuffle or a draw new?
It's a reshuffle.
Yeah. Come on, guys.
I'm pretty confident. The one exception to this is Marvel Champions. We'll come back to that. But I'm pretty confident the mulligan rule in a card game should simply be set X cards aside, draw X, shuffle back the things you set aside in. I like Marvel Champions rule. 1, it's cooperative, so you can do whatever you want. But 2, because running out of your deck is a key mechanic, there's a subtle cost to mulliganing, which is like you can discard 6 and draw 6 or whatever it is, but it just means you're going to cycle through. It's not like any real immediate impact, and it is the quickest way to do it as well because there's no like reshuffle or whatever. So
it feels scary too to do it.
So yeah, I'm gonna run out of cards.
I'm finding new ways to stack my deck over here. Sometimes if you're just bad at shuffling, it really looks like you're like trying to pull one over. All right, 7 costs, 7 costs, 7 costs. Go.
You won the roll. Do you want to go first or second?
Do you guys know what's best yet?
Traditionally going first is the answer.
All right, I'll go first.
So you don't draw a card.
Oh, no, I hate that.
You do get to play a resource. You cannot attack.
Don't draw a card. Do you get to play a resource? Cannot attack. I don't know. I want you to go first. Go. You go.
All right.
I want the card, man.
Yeah, you do.
I want the card.
I think you don't draw a card.
Wait. Oh, yeah.
Ridge, late to the party, but I saw some recent chatter at PvE for alphaclash, tentatively set for December 2025.
Wow.
Something I'm excited for.
That's amazing. Necrotic is poisonous.
Yeah. Death. Does anyone have an answer for whether I draw a card or not?
You don't draw a card, dude. Because if you draw a card, then you switch it. I switch it.
You want to go first if you draw?
Oh, yeah.
I know you can't attack, and I know you get a resource, but I'm pretty sure you don't draw. Like
you
I'm
have
99%
played
sure.
in legitimate tournaments for this game.
So here's
It's as if a sieve. Your brain is a sieve when it comes to rules. Everything just goes through.
So to be fair, I'm actively playing a lot of different games at a competitive level.
Used to, but now you're an old man. You're
Well,
not
yeah.
playing anything
Now it's just
anymore.
been so long. Anyways, I'm gonna go, and I will play a resource and pass to you.
That's a weak move. Draw a card.
He's weak.
First player does not draw. No draw.
Nailed it.
And
See,
cannot attack.
I was pretty confident. I just want to be sure, you know.
Okay, so now it's my turn. Well, I don't want to spend time opening the dumb portal. I know nobody's got time for that.
Can you hand me all those dice away in that little box?
Yes, you want the dice? I
One
want
day.
the dice.
You just gotta check every now and then. Does the force work?
Okay, I can understand how this is going to work. So I need to be planning ahead, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't have anything on the field, so you're just going to punch me. Don't forget to do that. But yes, what you're putting down as a resource right now, really relevant.
Okay. Okay. It's all this portal stuff, see, that makes it... That definitely changes the game for me. Don't you see?
Don't you see?
Can't you see?
There it is.
Countryman.
So is it more important to play on curve or play your best cards?
Best cards. Not even close. You've
convinced me.
You have the magnet contender, and one of the things that's actually a little unintuitive, but I think is correct. I think that 2 attack saves you more life than if you had 1 defense. Because as an example, I have a 2/2 in my hand. Normally it would be slap that thing down and start punching your contender.
Yeah.
But now it becomes if I punch the contender, the thing goes away.
That's right.
So then you save 2 life because I'm unwilling to make that trade. Really obnoxious.
I feel you. I just want to attack. This is it? It feels wrong, Zach. It feels so wrong.
I see you, Jacob Owens.
Okay, and then
you can attack before you play anything.
I know, isn't that crazy? This game is nuts. I just don't get it. It's just too much. Okay. Oh, wow.
It's like he's discovering it all again every time. It's great.
Well, you don't even know the rules. So what are you?
I got him right.
All right, let's do 2 over there.
I was technically not wrong. All right, you take 1.
Yeah. This is right? I'm supposed to be
100%.
racing you down. Now, here's my question.
At 15, you get your second ability, which is really good.
Yeah. My next question for you here. I would rather do this than try to spend time opening the portal and putting it into play for my accessory. Nobody cares about that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you swing in or not? Do you waste a 2/1 and just get 2 for a card? Is that below rate for this game? 2 damage for a card?
No.
Do you think just swing in for 2?
We're in limited, so this is a different answer.
Mm-hmm.
But in constructed, it's like super hazardous to play something and not use it.
Yes. Because of 1 little non-clash and then...
It's like so many ways that are probably around to do it. However, you've seen that I'm playing blue. You don't know any other colors I'm playing. I could have red, and I could have little things to just ping you to death.
Mm-hmm.
But also, a lot of times leaving a blocker is worth a lot more once we have more resources. But like the worst thing I can do to you is have a 2-cost thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you do 2 at most. I probably play a 2 health or a 2 attack thing, but I probably also don't really want to send it here.
But if I do 2, I die.
Yeah. But
That's
like, if we're on 5 resources, having that guy up might save you 5 health.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas right now it might save you 2, and you did 2, so you're kind of on rate in that way. But
yeah.
What's the name of that guy?
Grr.
That is Grr. Okay, I'm gonna pass. We'll see what that works. If that works. We need more Westmala.
Got some more good ideas.
Yeah, let's have some more good ideas.
All right. Let's.
Just get that sponsorship and we'll
Wow.
be swimming in
I'm
Westmont.
gonna put this down as a resource. All right. I'm gonna play Lynn, the Nanite Assassin.
That's like the good one.
When it comes into play, I'll put this bounty counter here, the big one. And then I will attack your contender for 2. Will I do that? Yeah, I'll attack your contender for 2.
Give me the Cliff's Notes on that bad boy.
Yeah. So when it enters play, you diminish a card. So cards have credit to that. We'll go ahead and remember to do that. Yes. That's one of your clash buffs. Then I can put a bounty counter on one of your clash cards. Did it. At the end of the turn, if one or more clash cards with bounty counters were defeated this turn, I can put a clash card with initial resource cost of 2 or less from an Oblivion into play.
And Oblivion. So neither one of them, we don't have anything
Yeah,
yet.
but if he left play, he would be one of those.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm just going to kill you with my contender in response. Are you attacking here?
I'm attacking there. Are you going to block?
No.
Okay. I'm going to pay 1. Do I want to do this yet? Yeah, I'll pay 1. Get +1/+1. So now I'm a 3 with...
So I'll take 3.
3. You'll take 3, and I heal 3 health. So I actually go up to full health. I can't go above health.
Very nice.
And that costs me this. And then I'll pass to you.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Then I get my stuff. Is this a magnate card?
It is.
Ah, that's brutal. Well, now I've got to play this too. How am I going to play these as resources deck? I don't understand what the whole... How can I do this?
You got to choose.
You got to choose, don't you? I think I'm going to have to ditch Avenging Guy. But the 5/5 Whistler Man is too good too.
It is good.
Times Square is good too. And the Clash buff's too good.
Yeah, Times Square is very good when Magnet's your contender.
Right? Like, that's nutty.
But, you know, it costs 3.
Cost 3.
You'd have to swing like 3 or 4 times before you're on rate.
It can't be that big of a deal, yeah? It can't be that big of a deal.
I don't know.
Okay. All right, buddy. All right. You think you got something there?
I definitely played my turn incorrectly.
Yay. Yeah.
But it's okay. We're learning.
And then, just to be clear, if I trade here, you don't get any weird benefit from this. And we just have traded.
Yep. Accurate.
Okay. And then there's this other one too. Okay. Got it. Wow, this game is excruciating. I just forget how crazy it is. Okay, so I've got a lot of weird options here. Okay, and then we do that, and then we do that. And we could also just swing in with Magnate and just end it.
Yeah, you would take 2 from that.
Yeah. And I can't do that forever, but I do want to get to 15.
15 is good.
I do want to get there. Okay, I know what I'm going to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. I'm going to play Fundies, okay?
Smart.
I'm playing Avenging Guy down.
As a resource.
As a resource, yes, because I don't know if I'm going to get to 2 because I don't have any other green cards in my hand, but I can still play Times Square at a 1 threshold. So
Smart.
You think it's smart, I think it's smart, we believe it's smart.
What could go wrong?
I want to swing into that thing.
This?
Yeah.
So you'll take 2.
Yeah.
I'm not blocking, etc. Okay.
And then let's swing into you, and then I'll clash buff here for +2/+2.
I'll take 4.
And then I can send target accessory if I victoried, but I didn't. Because I didn't have any 2 costs to play.
Yeah.
And then
you go away. No.
Well, I get +2/+2.
Oh yeah, you don't die.
Yeah, no.
Even better.
You crazy? Over you.
Alright. Are you crazy?
What was that Clash buff called?
Shattering Blow.
Let's put this down.
You know, I'm looking at this Morat card, and it's just so much text. I've got to...
It's just a 2/2 that you can go get a 3 cost or less from your deck when you play it.
Thank you. You know, they try to make it simple. They try to make it really complex.
The first half of the card is just, don't even worry about it. It's the trigger enter that you care about. And then it does double damage to alphas.
So funny. Does that flare screw me up at all?
No. So 1 cost Flare, Nova, Radiator. On my turn, I can pay 2 reds, draw a card, create a Nova token.
Oh, pay 2, draw a card is incredible. We got to kill that.
Yes, agreed. And then I'm going to pay 2 and open the portal.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, that's convenient.
Over to you.
For the cards in my hand.
You know what? Not over to you.
Oh, I've already did it. I'm already doing it. I'm doing it already.
I'm going to attack this guy.
Okay. Tradesies?
Yeah.
Does this still count, or is that the other thing? That's the other card.
That's the other card, yeah.
Okay. So where does that leave us? You're ahead, and I'm behind, basically? Yeah, it's not bad.
It's all relative.
Okay, now, this is the moment you've got to really decide. Okay. This is a good card. This is a good card. This card doesn't matter. I'm never going to play this card. So do we need?
I appreciate the earnestness with which you approach these games.
It feels like the most improved player trophy.
we always frame me as like the competitive player to a degree, but like
I just want to operate it well.
I respect it. I was serious in my compliment.
Oh well, thanks.
I just want to smash things. I don't even know if I'm that competitive. I just want to blow things up.
Okay, I've got a lot of great options here, my buddy, and we're gonna have to choose here.
You're about to hate all of my cards.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the business
Standard,
of that.
yeah.
So let's
That's
just
the
put
entertainment value.
let's put that one in there, and then yeah, let's do this one.
I take 2, you take 1.
Yeah.
I'm at 24.
I feel like that's a good trade, huh?
Yeah. Always be swinging with Magnate.
And then let's go here. And then we really don't know yet if I'm supposed to... Look at all these cards. I'm going to play them all. I'm going to play this Magnate Battle ready. 2-4. And then you're of the opinion, do you swing instantly? I mean, how often in a game of alphaclash are you not just...
So this is a scenario that I could see not swinging.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it's good for you?
No, I'm about to have 4 resources. So unless I have a 4 damage card to remove you, you can absolutely block whatever I play.
Mm-hmm.
And unless it's a big attack, you're probably going to block it and take it off the table.
Yeah.
Or not. You're going to block it and not get taken off the table.
Okay. Let's leave it.
But it just depends. You've seen my 3 colors.
It's like a card game.
So if you
game.
really knew the card pool, you would have a sense of what my worst 4-cost thing could be. If I do just take them off the table without you being able to use them, you wasted.
But there's surely not a card that gets you a body and takes this off the table for 3, 4. That can't be possible.
Right. If I have something to remove him, it's unlikely I have something scary.
Right, so card for card is the worst.
Yeah, yeah. And if you had attacked and if I do play something scary that can take you off the table and I don't lose in my person, you're in like a really bad spot.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's hit it. You open that, and I know that this has to mean something. So it's probably something in your hand. You got nothing to do with those 2 resources.
One of those things is true. I'm not saying which, but I'll let you figure it out. All right, I'm going to play Lynn, Adaptive Automaton for 4. It's a 5 attack, 3 health.
Now, wait a minute. What the heck?
Yeah.
Dude.
Just a beefy stunk card.
That's the exact stat line that is problematic for me exactly.
Yeah. However, if you'd attacked, you would have done 2, and then now you would leave play, and I would not. And
so I'm about to just take 5 to the brain?
Well, yes. I'm going to swing for 5 at your face. You don't have to.
No, I'm taking it to the brain because I want this victory draw card.
This is a good example, though, too, of if you had attacked with this, you would have done 2. But you could also just block here and save 5 life. And 5 life of blocking would be worth more than 2 damage to my face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%.
But I also don't think I would block this at this moment.
Yeah,
so
right.
Carry on.
Good.
Pass to you.
Pass into me. Okay. Okay.
It's about to get crazy up in here.
I've gotten into what I feel like is the alphaclash boogaloo here, where I have a lot of 2 threshold red cards, but to get to 2 threshold, I have to play them to the resource zone, and then so by the time the good ones I want to play, so it's gone.
Yeah, that is a classic. That's why 1 threshold cards in limited are like. I had you divide into clash cards, then it was like, how many 1 threshold things do you have?
Yeah.
Like this card at 1 threshold is crazy.
Okay. I'm going to play. Okay. Right. We've got to do this, and that's just what we've got to do.
And that's what we've got to do.
All right, let's play Death There as a as a resource. Let's stand Magnate up.
I love that death card.
It's a good death. Just 3/3. Just scout. All right, and with that, okay. Oh wait. Aha. No, Savannah. Because you actually have to spend the diamonds.
Yes.
It's not
It's not
threshold.
spoils.
Foiled again.
Spoiled again.
I've got 3 black diamonds I need to play this turn.
Yeah, you're playing. Okay, you're just playing. I get it.
Okay, so then I can just go 3, and then I can play 1.
Man, this foil portal is dope.
But that means I have to play this. Zach, this game is going to drive me crazy. This may be the crazy driving game of all time.
That's saying something.
It's got layers, man.
What can I do with one money that's worth doing?
You can threaten a clash buff.
Could you close the portal?
No, that's true.
Oh, dang. Can't even close the portal.
Close the
Just kinda
portal.
double check.
I'm a fool.
What have I done?
I'm a fool.
Personally, that 3-cost death is sick because you can just take this off the board for a card.
Yeah, but do I play that or do I play Morak?
I'd wait on Morak. Morak's particularly good when you play him and you immediately play the thing you fish out.
Right.
So if you have him on 5, which you will, you can go get something to perfectly use your resources that turn.
Yes. I agree with that. But that means I have to put Lord Krung in the pool.
Oh, the 7?
Yeah.
Can't
for
do
the
that.
6. This is 7/5, dude.
I don't know. Is this really the line?
There's no way.
Does your second abilities on Magnet help at all? I mean, you're down to 15 now.
I get breakthrough at close combat.
So he can attack my things even when they're not exhausted with close combat. Doesn't help. I just don't have anything little for him to kill. He has a victory trigger to draw when he defeats something with Magnet. But I don't have anything.
I don't necessarily want to take 5.
But
either.
You wouldn't even kill it even if you wanted to.
I know. Yeah, that would be a problem. That would be
I would let you punch it.
But I mean, we could.
Hey, you can't take 5.
You can't take 5, right? There's no possible world where I can take 5. How many cards you got in your hand?
3. I think your out is getting to 7 cost.
Yeah, so we just need to take none damage.
Yeah, play the death, get rid of this land, save this as your blocker, and then like stall and hope I have bad cards. What could go wrong? Whoops.
Okay.
Did you see what fell?
Oh, goodness.
I got them all at the same time, man. I got all the
Krungs. You got Krunged?
It's just all the cards I want to play are right here.
Well, it could be worse. You could never see those cards.
Okay, so we play death, we swing, and then we do that, and then we do that. Okay, and that requires at some point we're going to have to play one of these cards, and the only one that I can play is the Clash buff, but I can't play the Clash buff. That is apparently not what you can do. You can't play the Clash buff, so what am I supposed to do with it? If I can't put it down as a resource because I have to play it, but then I have to play it to play the rest of these cards.
I mean, sometimes you just got to put it as a resource.
No, is there ever a world where you do that?
For sure.
Are you serious?
Well, that's what I was saying. Is like the Clash buffs are really important, but playing a 5-cost Clash card is worth way more than a Clash buff.
Okay,
in
listen,
almost every
then I'm going to do
instance.
it. You've given me permission to break the rules.
Especially that one. I love that death card.
Which good card is that?
Envoy of the End. Look at that card, though.
Let's trade up.
5 out of 5 stars. Yeah, you got it.
Tradesies. Now, am I still supposed to... I'm not supposed to attack, because now I'm scared.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
I mean, you can attack with him. I think that's fine.
2 into 1?
Yeah.
It's still a good trade, isn't it?
Yeah, you have a blocker, too, so you should be
All
fine.
right, let's do it.
Wade King, by the way. The Wade King original.
The real art, the real Wade
The
King.
real Wade King.
What's Craig having for dinner?
Yeah, I think he got out of here before we found out.
You think it's Craig's having dinner. He's eating something.
Dude, I've been playing basketball Monday nights.
I know. Apparently, you're really sore, right?
Well, after last week, I did research, and it turns out my ankle and foot flexibility and strength is like way weak.
Just in general?
I thought I'd hurt myself. But actually, it was that, like, the flexibility of my ankles and strength and the bottom, like, my feet, all that stuff.
You're just old, is what you're saying? You're older than when you were a kid?
I think it's like when you lose flexibility. Like, you know how when you're in high school, but it's not about age. Like,
you haven't gotten more flexible over time.
So over the past week, I've been doing ankle and feet stretches.
Oh, wow.
And like 2 days into it, my ankles felt significantly better. So it wasn't like, I thought I'd like maybe torn something in the bottom of my feet. So now I'm just stretching more and icing things. And it's like,
That's why people do it.
This has nothing to do with age.
It's partially age. I think it's I haven't had that level of physical strain on it.
Right.
Partially age, but it could have been a decade ago and I did the same thing and maybe hurt just as bad because like I went a decade without playing basketball or whatever. Anywho. I'm going to play this Lynn Adaptive Automaton.
Are you the worst person?
Yeah, that was the card that fell out of my hand. And I was like, did you see what happened? Then I'll tag you for 5. 1 blue floating. Could not possibly be for a blue clash buff at all. For reference, the blue clash buff says, clash cards target player controls gets +2 life until the end of turn and then draw 2 cards. Just
really
keep that in mind.
It says that if I block this, I'm losing this game.
I don't think, if you block here and you have a way to remove this, you're just going sideways. And then, depends, do I have another beef? I could have Garbanzo in my hand right now, just so we're aware.
Do I have any 2 costs in my deck that do 3 damage? Is that normal?
There are some.
Because, like, I gotta know that. I don't know what's in here. I forgot what's in here.
Yeah, that's a problem.
There's 2 costs that do 3, surely. Right?
Well, let me just look at my little stack here. Although it would probably be in my deck. I'm not playing green or black, so let me look at my green and black cards and just see. You do have that Pestilence card that gives -3/-3 on play. That guy is stonky.
Is he 2? Cost 2?
No.
Oh, well,
but you could just draw him off top of deck.
Okay.
Just in terms of outs, you know?
Yeah.
Hypothetical outs. Kagan's a 4 cost 4.
Not lighting the world on fire so far,
I'm trying
buddy.
to find a 2.
Yeah, I can't. But the long story short, I do have to block this, right? 5. What are you doing, man? You got these 5/3s? This is crazy. You're crazy. Over to me?
Yeah.
All right, let's draw the answer. Not really. And then let's play a...
Not really.
What do I do?
I think it starts with an L.
I'll play this one that I can never play because it's 2 threshold.
Yeah, good card though.
It is good, isn't it?
Yeah.
But like, it's not that good.
No. 4 cost 1 threshold, 5 attack is.
All right, I'm gonna pay 2 and then probably just 1 out of this and then I am gonna play Morak.
Cool.
And I'm gonna try to find the 2 cost that solves my
You're doing
problem.
fine, man.
We're doing fine.
At this point, you just need to have as many things on the table as I do and block them.
And what does it say? Yeah, clash card. Non-Morak clash. Any non-Morak clash card. Is what you're saying.
Morak.
Morak. And it's got to be a 2. Okay.
I don't think you've done anything with this guy.
I've not. No. And then all non-harbinger. Well, that's not good. We don't need that. Clash card. Okay. Well, that's kind of clever. No. Uh-oh. I'm not seeing one, dude.
You gotta have one.
I mean, I have one, but nothing that solves my problem.
You just need bodies to throw in front of this thing.
Well, I can get bodies. Okay. And okay. So now I need to just get anything, I guess, to get my best thing. 3 or less.
If you're just using it as a blocker, it could also just be your worst thing.
Yeah, but like, I could also deal to Oh, that's okay. That's a pretty good one. Hold on to that one. That's for next time.
This goes in the hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you don't yeah, okay. And then this one's not great. This one's fine. I've got 5, so I'm going 6 resources next time. And I've got to do a 3 or less. Got it. Okay. Yeah, let's get Magnet in there. I like Magnet. Okay. What does Enrage do?
Every time you take damage, you get that much extra attack for the turn. And non-clash damage disappears now. So technically, like if you have Enrage 2, you get hit. You ping something for 1, it gets +2 attack, and then you attack, and that damage falls off, and it's just +2 attack. It's very powerful.
Got it.
I don't know how much of that is.
Rage Magnet.
6-1, and then we do 3.
I don't know. What's the card with Enrage?
I'm gonna get this card. Do I show you? I probably have to, right?
Yeah.
I should have to.
Flare.
Infernal Arrival.
So you got Flight.
I'm gonna throw that into my hand. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. I need to get that 1 cost. That's what I meant. I'm getting a war 1 cost, in fact.
Defeat if the portal's open, create a war minion token. See, look, that's 2 blockers in 1.
That's it. That's what I need. Okay, let me toss this back. This comes to my hand. And I've got 2 money left. And we're gonna put Just a second. You gotta deal with me winning this game. Never relics do anything on their own?
What'd you say?
Do Nova relics do anything on their own?
They look good.
That's it?
That's it. They do nothing.
Okay, I think I'm gonna get this actually instead. Yeah, this makes more sense. I'm gonna get Flare, Stoking Flames. May as well get something that I can actually play.
A 1/2.
Good.
Trigger, enter. 2 Nova tokens. All right, great.
Yeah, you see it. So we get 2 Nova tokens, and then you can deal 1 damage to your contender, which I'm not going to. But I will put that in for 2. And then 1 of these should attack, right? I just need 1 blocker? No. Because you're going to have the... Gosh, this is a losing proposition. I hate this so much.
Well, part of it, though, is when you get to the 7 cost you play, unless I have, like, Flight or something, now you start blocking and removing my stuff, and you don't lose the guy.
Yeah.
So you just need to get to that point.
All right. We'll put it in.
You done?
Yes.
Oof.
This is Lynn hot sauce, man.
Yeah, it is Lynn.
What are you doing? You're running like a Lynn constructed deck on me. This is my favorite thing about games, though.
Complaining.
I know it's. Actually, yes.
Yeah. All right, let's just put the
favorite.
foot on the gas. Let's play this card. As much as I want to save it for your inevitable 7 cost, and I get 7 more tokens.
Yeah. It's always be erasers.
I'll swing at your face for 5.
All right, let's block with my worst thing. Oh wait, I need to create 2 Nova relics.
Yeah, here you go.
Thanks. Can I block with one of these?
No.
No. Okay.
Shame, really.
A 1/2 or a 2/2. Okay, I'll trigger this one.
Yeah, you got it. I'm gonna play War Battle Paragon for 6.
Cool.
Just the good cards. I'll attack you for 6.
All right, we'll block that one too.
Yeah. Pass it.
But that just means I lose also. There's no winning.
Alex Becker, I have noticed Steven is happiest while complaining.
There's no winning, Zach.
Yeah. It's not a great position to be in, but you're not done yet. I've also only got 1 card left. Side note.
I can't play a resource.
What?
I mean, I can, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to play a resource. Because if I do that, I definitely lose. All right, so let's boogie. Nova Radiator. During your primary phase, you may pay 2. If you do, create a draw a card. Not going to do that.
He's got a 3-body problem here.
Yeah. And we'll do a War Combat Marshal.
Look at you. This is going to be annoying.
We'll pay 3 for Times Square. And then I'm going to swing 3 into that, take 5, and draw a card on victory.
Dude.
Let's
Good
go.
play. Good play.
Let's
good play.
go. Let's go.
Over to me?
Yeah.
Let the games begin. We're cooking now. Okay. No resource. Don't mind me. I'll pay 2, close the portal. I'll take it for 6.
Back here.
Pass to you.
Call him out. Call him out.
2 cards, 4 resources. He's definitely got a stacked hand, you know? All the goods. Told you it wasn't over yet.
Okay.
I love the way this foil token looks.
That's like the coolest foil card.
How easy is it to do 1 damage to a contender randomly?
Like drag damage?
Drug damage?
Direct damage?
Yes, direct damage. Yes, that's that.
That's that 4.
Phallus on the brain. That's what that reminds me of. I have red. So,
Right, so it's not 0.
those cards exist, yeah?
Okay.
They're not like crazy common. Direct contender damage, at least.
Okay. So we do that. Yeah, we could do that. You've got how many cards in here?
Dose.
Ah,
I've been watching a show called Acapulco. A lot of Spanish involved in it. So, and my in-laws are all Puerto Rican.
So you learned it?
I want to really learn. We've talked about learning with our daughter at the same time.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. And just making it a part of
Have
the
you learned a
process.
second language or got close?
No.
It's a brain burner, man.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the most brain burningest things I've ever done. But it's like you can tell your brain is like growing. Like the same way like after you exercise, like muscles are sore. It's like, oh, my muscles are getting bigger.
The
Same feeling.
that Diary of a CEO video with the lady talking about stress being contagious, talking about brain elasticity and how learning a language when you're trying to reshape your brain, generally speaking, is like one of the most effective ways to like have that happen. Yeah. Because the things in your brain that have to reshape to learn language. Anyways,
it's pretty
fascinating
cool
stuff.
what's your 10 ability?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Is it good?
No. Whenever a class card I control is defeated, if it had a bounty counter, etc., etc. Conditional.
All right, let's play a thing there, and then let's play Krung here and swing at you for 7.
In the face.
Yeah. Wait, what is the about? What can you possibly you get +4 or something?
I got 4 resources open, dog.
Wait, is this the play the card that makes 1 billion tokens?
Wait a second. No, it's red, so I can't do that. I'll just take 7.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I can't risk you doing something stupid and getting him off the board, and then you just swing in with war. I cannot risk that. I must get 7 value now, because that at least puts you on a 2 swing clock, effectively.
I 100% agree. You need to get the value now.
I wish I could open that portal.
Yeah. It is a problem. Over to me. Right? All right.
5 o'clock.
Yeah, it's a long one.
Man, time flies. Did we decide? Are we thinking about separating these out? Game and talk?
Kind
Or-
of.
Produced
or is it
videos,
just kind
right?
of-
And kick it to a produced video, and
just-
then we're
We're
done.
gonna start kicking it to a produced video.
Are we?
like that.
Is that what the new editor's about?
Among many things.
Where's Alex? Alex, you delivering the mail? What's going on? Why does USPS have one regional distribution center these days? It's like all mail's got to go to Alabama.
I'll
before it
attack your
goes anywhere.
face.
It seems like you want me to block here.
I mean, I would love for you not to block.
Like, what if you just play a 7 attack or a 1 attack?
Well, one isn't going to do anything.
If I don't block this,
This has to be one of the worst things I could possibly do to you.
but that's what you always say, and then I'll block it, and then you play a 7-3, a 7 attack, and you win the game.
I think blocking this is the right call. 100%
It's so
of the time.
dumb though what you're about to do. I know.
Hold on. For resolves.
Oh my god.
I'm just going to pay 1 for a clash buff.
Okay.
He gets +2 life, and I draw 2 cards.
Well, I'm okay. That card is so good. I hate it. Golly, why
What's
do
the name
I
of that
play these games?
Augmented reality.
Where's Alex? Alex not listening anymore? I'm gonna light him up on Discord about that. He used to listen to all of them.
Just came in. Oh, here he is.
How are you? You just got home and you're still watching this somehow? That's actually incredible. I was going to lace you, but now that's truly incredible.
This is a thing that I forgot in my top 4 game I lost to get knocked out of this healed Clash Ground event. This +2 life applies to my Clash cards for the whole turn.
That's convenient for you, I'm sure.
Just remember that.
Okay.
I'll leave it here for reference, but
Where I
if
can
you
clearly see it.
if you had a wily opponent, they would, discard it, and then they'd be off to the races.
Hey man, I played Azalea. I didn't remind him that they couldn't do stuff.
Well, I'm just reminding you.
Till they
I'm going
did
to
it.
play Zhao Li. 1, 2, 3. No. 3. That's the right play. Then I will attack you for 3, but I've got 4 life right now.
Okay. I'm down to 4.
And then I will pass to you. This goes away.
Okay.
Technically, if you play a resource, play a 1 cost, play a 6 cost guy, you could... just another one of these would win the game right here. Hypothetically.
I don't have it.
Not yet.
Might be
There it
there.
is. There it is.
It's not it.
This
Yeah.
Lord
How many
Krung-
cards in hand?
3. This Lord Krung is the worst. He's just a pain.
But I need to make a positive trade. Dang it. Everything's bad here. Ugh. Stinky.
You don't have 5 damage in hand?
No. I mean, it's not even close.
Oh, look at this.
Alex, yeah, I picked up the kid from daycare and now I'm going to some burgers. Pretty decent Monday. Sounds like a good time.
Mike, do I risk? I think I should risk it for Le Biscuit. No.
We're seeing John's screen right now.
Yeah, I'm having to.
No.
Get out of here.
You're having to what?
I gotta ship out.
I'll gain breakthrough close combat. That doesn't matter because I already get them. Oh, clash cards get it. So I'll gain breakthrough. That's fine. See, I'm actually thinking that I have to punch that Zhao Ling to draw a card to maybe get something that can win me the game. Because I just don't think it happens otherwise. Is that reasonable?
So, maybe.
I mean, because like if I swing 7 here, that's crazy. If I just eat this, which is a fine thing to do, and then I play a body.
Yeah. It's tough.
But then that one body is really easily removable. And so if you just remove it and swing for 4, which you can easily do. I'll go the crazy route. Let's go I've got 2 ways to risk it for Le Biscuit. I might just lose. I'll go to 1 here.
Yeah. You're attacking here?
Yeah. Oh, do you have if you have clash buffs? Oh, hold on. You got money? Okay, I can't do that. Sorry, I forget this game is like this. So it's like got the thing where you can have the thing in your hand that just kills me. Okay. What do I need? I need something that does 2 damage. And you've got 3 cards, so this is actually not probably benefit for you.
Brooklyn over there. Listen, let's go Puerto Rico. A lot of Puerto Rican pride. I love it.
Whatever. Do I just sit?
Bye, John.
Later, guys. Good luck.
See you,
Steven.
dude. Thanks.
I'm cheering for you specifically.
Yeah, well, this is the find myself here often. Yeah, those 2 lens is like
It's unbelievable.
it was
Yeah.
crazy.
So in a tournament setting, it's best 2 out of 3.
Uh-huh.
The game's it's typically like in a tournament, 15 minutes a game maybe. I haven't really played, since Star Wars TCG, I haven't played a best of 3 game. It's really nice because you get a sideboard after the first game, and then like you can have a bad hand or your opponent can have a really good hand, and it kind of balances out.
And your clash buffs are often +2. Is that a common clash buff?
The blue clash buff is either I can give all of your stuff -2 attack or all of my stuff +2 life.
Okay.
The red clash buff is do 2 to one of my things to do 4 to one of your things.
Ugh. Dude, you've got it every way from Sunday. That's disgusting.
And you've seen
Absolutely disgusting.
1 blue and 1 white clash buff from me, but I don't have any white open, so yeah.
No. So no matter how I slice it, there's just so many ways this is awful.
If you can play a blocker, a pretty reasonable line is to attack with this here.
But if you simply have a clash buff that gives you +2 or I'm using -2, that's game losing as well.
Well, I have to give you -2 life. So the one I could have is the red one.
Mm-hmm.
And if I
That
have
would
that,
mean you kill me, right?
if I have that, you're in a bad way. But if not, you clear this, you have a blocker for this guy. So then if I have anything that can do 4, I get you anyway.
Right.
So,
Well, that's what we're gonna do. All right. We'll try that.
all right, you got any clash buffs?
No.
Me neither.
And then I'll play this bad boy, Sonoro,
Yeah. All right.
and then we'll pass. And I'm gonna see what this card was because it's the clash buffs. The world revolves around these stupid clash
Yes,
buffs,
it
dude.
does. It sure does. Okay, so you've got 4 left.
Gonna be a bamboozler. That whole play that clash buff and draw 2 cards thing. What is that?
The blue one is
Where are
crazy.
they pulling the math out for this?
The blue cards are crazy in this set.
That's just nutty.
I'll swing at you for 6.
Right. So this.
I'm gonna go ahead and play the blue one again. So
Ugh.
+2 life and draw 2.
You're the worst. All you gotta do is find 4 damage.
Yeah.
If you can't find 4 damage right now, I'm going to slap you
I'll
across.
play
the
this
face.
red 4.
Right. Okay. Do you want to do best 2 out of 3? You have time for that?
I don't
5
think
out
I
of
have time.
Man,
But
that's,
I will save this deck and play
That
you
was
in the
crazy.
second game next week if you
what
want.
the heck? Why are you playing all the best
I had
cards?
a third copy of this too somewhere.
I wonder if did I miss something in these other card pools?
Maybe.
Let's see if there's anything else that I missed.
Like, I'm just going to go through and grab my 1 threshold crazy cards.
All right, we had a Lin.
This Lin 2-cost card is a 3 damage 2-coster.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had one of those Lins. I think I had a pretty crazy card pool as well. I don't know how crazy it is, but
Are these shadow lights worth anything?
they can be very good.
Yeah, so what is that? Because I have 2 and 2 of those.
So you basically swing with one, and then you get to put the other one in.
And then you can play the other one again if you want and swing again. Yeah, that does seem good.
Yeah.
And that war cry, maybe I should have played white.
So I just had a fair number. This is why I ended up going where I did. But like, look at this blue pull. You would have liked this. So I had this thing, the crazy 1-cost that you saw. And then I had 3 copies of this card.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
awesome.
then I also had 3 copies of this one. 5 for 4/4, 1 threshold with a trigger victory. Choose one. You either diminish 2 cards or put a bounty counter on a card you control. This lets me attack cards with bounty counters even if they're not exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't play any of these.
This is a Lin deck.
But this is just like really crazy.
You did it. Great job.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just, you look at your 1 threshold clash cards and see which ones are the best, and that's a pretty good indicator.
I could do that again. I could do a sealed pool again.
Yeah.
Well, shoot.
You get the vibe.
All right, thanks, y'all. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Garrett. Glad to see you in the chat. Keep doing the great work over there at the alphaclash headquarters. And I guess I'll take y'all to the main shot, since I'm the production man now.
Yeah. He gave us the keyboard, but I don't know how any of this works. Yeah, put this with your stack.
All right, let's see if I remember how to do this. All right, thank you for being here, y'all. Thanks for taking a moment of a respite from the rush of your daily lives and the insanity of the digital world to join us for a few games, some laughs,
and a lot of head scratching.
Appreciate you being here. We'll see you next time, next Monday. We'll catch you there.